What if the echoes of ancient whispers held the power to change the very fabric of existence? Beneath the weight of every breath, in the shadows of history, the seraphim linger like a haunting melody, their wings untouched by time, their eyes holding the light of forgotten stars. As the world spins in reckless abandon, these celestial beings watch, poised between creation and destruction, their motives as enigmatic as the cosmos itself. In a desolate valley shrouded in mist, the air crackles with unspoken tension. A storm gathers on the horizon, a roiling mass of dark clouds that threatens to unleash a torrent of wrath. Somewhere amidst the chaos, a figure stands alone, an unsuspecting descendant of a bloodline entwined with the seraphim's fate. A single feather, gleaming like a shard of moonlight, flutters at their feet, a token of a past long buried, yet poised to resurface with cataclysmic force. The weight of destiny hangs heavy in the air, intertwining the fates of mortals and immortals alike. As the first rumble of thunder breaks the silence, a prophecy stirs, hidden for centuries within the sacred texts of the ancients. The seraphim, guardians of the celestial balance, are more than mere watchers. They are the harbingers of a reckoning that even the most devout cannot foresee. With each heartbeat, the boundary between worlds grows thinner, and the stakes rise with every whispered secret. What will happen when the veil is torn, and the true nature of the seraphim is laid bare? In the depths of the abyss, a rift pulses with energy, a portal to realms unseen, where the seraphim gather under a blood-red sky. Flickering shadows dance across their divine forms, casting doubt upon their intentions. Are they saviors, or are they the architects of chaos? As they prepare for an impending confrontation, tension thickens in the air, a silent promise that nothing will remain unchanged. In the village nearby, children play innocently unaware, while elders murmur warnings in hushed tones. The scent of impending rain mingles with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers, masking the foreboding that lingers just beyond the horizon. The moment of reckoning approaches, and with it, revelations that will shatter the illusion of safety. From the ashes of ignorance, a truth will emerge, propelling souls into a spiral of madness and wonder. As the heavens crack open and lightning illuminates the night, the figure in the valley senses the awakening. The feather glows with an unearthly radiance, drawing them closer to their fate. What has been dormant for eons is now stirring, and the seraphim are on the brink of making their presence known. With each passing moment, the air thickens with suspense, a palpable energy that binds the threads of time and space together. In this crucible of destiny, the story of the seraphim is not merely told. It is forged anew. What choices will be made when the veil between the celestial and earthly shatters? What sacrifices will echo through the ages, carving their names into the very fabric of existence? The answer lies just beyond the edge of consciousness, waiting to be unveiled in a climactic dance of fate. In the beginning, a brilliant light filled the void, a celestial chorus echoing through the endless darkness. From this divine radiance emerged the seraphim, the highest order of angels, their wings stretching wide like the dawn breaking over a quiet world. Each feather shimmered as if woven from sunlight itself, and their presence exuded an aura of awe and reverence. They were not mere beings of light. They were the guardians of sacred truths, the messengers of the divine. The seraphim were first mentioned in ancient texts, their origins rooted in the Hebrew Bible, where they stood before the throne of God, singing praises with voices that resonated through the cosmos. Their fire-like nature symbolized purity and passion, a reminder of the divine fire that sparked creation itself. Yet even in their glory, a sense of foreboding lingered, hinting at the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. As centuries turned, tales of the seraphim spread across cultures, often shrouded in mystery. In the early days of Christianity, they were depicted in the visions of Ezekiel, spiraling around the heavenly chariot, each face representing the essence of creation: man, lion, ox, and eagle. These descriptions left artists and scholars alike captivated, inspiring countless works of art and theology throughout the ages. In the Middle Ages, the seraphim were reimagined, their fiery essence becoming entwined with the ideals of chivalry and courtly love. Knights would seek their favor, believing that the seraphim could guide their hearts to noble deeds. But amidst the tales of valor lay whispers of conflict, as jealousy brewed among the angelic hosts. Would the seraphim remain untainted by the struggles of the earth below? With the advent of the Renaissance, the seraphim transformed once more, their imagery becoming a symbol of enlightenment. Artists like Botticelli and Michelangelo painted them with ethereal beauty, showcasing their role as intermediaries between heaven and humanity. Yet, there was a palpable tension. The very act of creation brought forth questions of free will and divine purpose. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a darker narrative emerged. Legends spoke of fallen angels, those who dared to challenge the seraphim. These tales echoed through the ages, revealing a cosmic battle of light and darkness. The seraphim stood resolute, defending the divine order, even as the cries of the fallen echoed in the abyss. As time progressed, the seraphim's role evolved in various religious beliefs. In Islam, they are seen as guardians of heaven, their majestic wings a symbol of protection and devotion. This intermingling of faiths wove a rich tapestry of belief, uniting humanity in its quest for understanding the divine. In the modern era, the seraphim resurfaced in popular culture, from literature to film, capturing hearts with their representations of hope and redemption. They became a beacon for those searching for light in the darkest of times, a reminder that even amidst chaos, divine love exists. Yet, within these portrayals, there remained a poignant truth. The seraphim were not immune to the struggles of existence. They felt the weight of humanity's sorrow, the heaviness of lost hope. Their fiery hearts burned not just with love, but with empathy for the suffering they witnessed. Each tear shed on earth echoed in their celestial realm, igniting a desire to bridge the divide between heaven and humanity. As the world faced trials such as war and despair, the seraphim's role transformed yet again. They became symbols of resilience, encouraging humanity to rise above adversity. Their stories inspired countless individuals to find strength in vulnerability, to embrace compassion even when faced with cruelty. In the whispers of the breeze and the rustle of leaves, the seraphim beckoned humanity to remember its divine origin. Every act of kindness mirrored their celestial dance, a reminder that each person could embody the light they so fiercely protected. A young girl, lost in her grief, felt their presence during a quiet moment under the stars. It sparked within her a flicker of hope, igniting a determination to spread kindness in a world that often felt dark. As a new age dawned, the seraphim re-emerged in collective consciousness. People began to share their experiences, recounting moments when they felt the touch of something divine. Stories of miraculous encounters spread like wildfire, reinforcing the belief that the seraphim were not merely distant beings, but close companions in the journey of life. The seraphim's presence surged in times of collective strife. During moments of global uncertainty, their stories resonated with those yearning for peace and comfort. They became symbols of unity, reminding humanity that love transcends boundaries, encouraging people from different walks of life to come together in solidarity. In times of personal crisis, individuals found solace in the tales of the seraphim. One man, struggling with addiction, recalled the legends of their unwavering support in moments of despair. He envisioned their fiery wings wrapping around him, offering warmth and protection as he fought the demons within. It became his lifeline, a reminder that even the darkest paths could lead to redemption. As the sun set on one chapter of existence, a new dawn approached. The seraphim, ever watchful, continued to whisper their truths. Their fires burned bright, casting light on the shadows of doubt and fear. Humanity stood at a crossroads, poised to either embrace the divine message of love or succumb to the chaos of indifference. In the midst of this turmoil, the seraphim remained steadfast, embodying the hope that flickered within every heart. They were more than just celestial beings. They were the essence of love, courage, and the relentless pursuit of truth. Their story was far from over, entwined with the fate of humanity, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the light of the seraphim would guide the way. In the darkest hours of night, when the world was still, The air seemed to shimmer with the whispers of ancient stories long buried in the dust of time. The seraphim, luminous beings cloaked in mystery, emerged from the shadows of myth and history, igniting wonder in the hearts of those who dared to seek the truth. With their radiant wings and fiery gaze, they danced on the edges of the known world, leaving trails of awe and reverence in their wake. The earliest texts, etched into fragile papyrus and carved into stone, tell a tale of origins that stretch back to the very beginning of creation. In the Hebrew Bible, the seraphim are first mentioned in the book of Isaiah, appearing like flames of pure light in a vision that shook the foundations of understanding. "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty," they sang, their voices echoing through the heavenly courts, resonating with an energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. This sacred chant was more than mere words. It was a divine declaration, an affirmation of their role as guardians of the celestial realm. In the ancient Near East, the concept of winged beings was not new. Cultures from Babylon to Egypt spoke of divine messengers, creatures woven from the fabric of the skies. Yet, the seraphim stood apart, their fiery essence setting them apart from the rest. They were not merely messengers but something more profound, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. Their name, derived from the Hebrew word seraph, meaning to burn, hinted at the passion they embodied and the role they played in igniting the flame of faith within humanity. Legends whispered of their creation, tied intricately to the act of divine love. There were stories that spoke of them being born from the very breath of God, ignited by a spark of pure divinity. This connection gave them not just power but a purpose, a duty to protect the sanctity of creation itself. They were the light in the darkness, shining brightly in moments of despair, their presence a reminder that even in the void, there is hope. As ages passed, the seraphim's story evolved, their image shifting through the lenses of different cultures. In the rich tapestry of Christian theology, they became intertwined with the notion of divine purity and celestial order. Artists and theologians molded their appearances, depicting them with 6 wings, each representing a different aspect of their being, a mixture of fear, love, and unwavering devotion. Renaissance painters captured their luminous forms, painting them with hues that danced across the canvas, invoking a sense of awe and reverence. The mere sight of these artworks could send shivers down one's spine, as if one could feel the heat of their divine fire radiating outward. But not all tales were painted in light. In the shadows of history, darker stories emerged, warning of the consequences of hubris. The seraphim, revered as guardians, were also seen as formidable forces of justice. Those who strayed from the path of righteousness risked incurring their wrath. The ancient texts hinted at fierce encounters where the seraphim, ignited with righteous anger, turned their fiery gaze upon the unworthy, reminding humanity of the balance between grace and judgment. The weight of these stories hung heavy in the air, a reminder that light and darkness are eternally intertwined. There were whispers of the seraphim in the mystical writings of early Kabbalists, who viewed these beings as the highest order of angels, the divine intellect that guided creation. Their teachings, rich with symbolism and intricate meanings, painted the seraphim as the embodiment of divine wisdom, speaking in riddles that only the most devoted could hope to understand. The Kabbalists believed that to connect with the seraphim was to touch the very essence of God, igniting enlightenment that could spark revolutions in thought and spirit. Across the vast expanse of history, the seraphim captured the imaginations of poets and philosophers. Their presence became a muse, inspiring countless verses that sought to describe their ineffable beauty. As the words flowed from quills and lips alike, they transformed the seraphim into symbols of hope, love, and the eternal struggle for enlightenment. Each poem, each ode, wove the celestial beings deeper into the fabric of human emotion, creating a connection that transcended time and place. In the midst of these swirling narratives, the seraphim stood as sentinels, watching over the unfolding saga of humanity. Their wings, though often depicted in art as delicate, were imbued with the strength of 1,000 storms, capable of lifting the weary spirit and guiding it toward the light. Ancient civilizations, from the Assyrians to the Greeks, sought to understand these beings, crafting stories that echoed through the ages. These tales revealed a universal longing for connection, for something greater than oneself, a yearning that transcended language and culture. Among the ruins of forgotten temples, archaeologists have unearthed artifacts adorned with the likeness of the Seraphim, their forms etched into the very stones that witnessed the rise and fall of empires. Each discovery adds a layer to the complex tapestry of their existence, hinting at a truth that lies just beyond the grasp of understanding, a truth that binds humanity with the divine. And so, as the night deepens and the stars twinkle like distant angels, the stories of the Seraphim linger in the air, waiting for eager hearts to embrace their legacy. They remind us of the fragile balance between light and darkness, of the burning passion that fuels both creation and destruction. The Seraphim are not just figures of the past. They are echoes of our own struggles and dreams, reflections of the divine spark that resides within us all, urging us to seek the light amid the shadows that threaten to engulf our souls. The tales of their origins resonate with an urgency that pulls at the very essence of our being, igniting a fire that refuses to be extinguished, a flame that yearns for understanding and connection, a flame that beckons forth into the next chapter of this eternal story. In the dim glow of flickering oil lamps, shadows danced on the walls of ancient temples. The air, thick with incense and reverence, vibrated with an energy that spoke of the divine. At the center of this spiritual fervor stood figures cloaked in mystery, the Seraphim. With their radiant wings and burning presence, they embodied the very essence of the divine in the ancient Near East, a realm where the sacred and the mundane intertwined in a dazzling tapestry of faith. In the city of Babylon, the Seraphim were not just distant celestial beings. They were integral to the life of the people. The priests, clad in ornate robes, gathered in hushed whispers, sharing tales of these glorious guardians. A sacred scroll unfurled, revealing the Seraphim's role in the grand narrative of creation. They were fiery messengers, poised to deliver divine decrees, their wings a blur of motion and light. With each flutter, they ignited the air, leaving behind a trace of warmth that resonated with the faithful who sought their presence. In another time, in the kingdom of Ugarit, the Seraphim were etched in stone, their images carved into the very fabric of the temples. The faithful would kneel before these statues, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and awe. The Seraphim were not merely symbols. They were believed to be intercessors between the divine realm and humanity. Stories told of their fierce loyalty to the gods, of battles fought and won against the forces of chaos. With each tale, a shiver coursed through the worshippers, thrilling them with the idea that these beings, with their blazing eyes and ethereal beauty, watched over them. As twilight fell, the priests gathered for an elaborate ceremony, the air electric with anticipation. They called upon the Seraphim, their chants rising like smoke into the heavens. The flicker of flames cast ghostly shadows, and for a moment, it felt as if the very fabric of reality thinned. In that sacred space, the image of a Seraphim emerged, cloaked in a blaze of light, its wings unfurling like a dawn breaking over the horizon. Gasps echoed in the chamber as the Seraphim's presence enveloped them, a testament to the power and majesty of the divine. But there were whispers too, rumors that spoke of their fearsome nature. In the annals of time, the Seraphim were not only bearers of good news but also harbingers of justice. Their flames could cleanse the earth, consuming all that was wicked. In their presence, the air crackled with an electric tension, a reminder that the divine could be both loving and wrathful. The balance of emotions hung heavily, a poignant reminder that faith often walks hand in hand with fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the legend of the Seraphim deepened. In ancient texts, they were described as creatures of unimaginable beauty, their forms shifting between the celestial and the earthly. They wielded flaming swords, symbols of protection and destruction, echoing the dual nature of their existence. In the stories shared around flickering fires, children listened wide-eyed, imagining the Seraphim soaring through the heavens, their wings leaving trails of fire. They were protectors, yes, but also fierce warriors, ready to defend the cosmic order. In the heart of Egypt, the Seraphim took on new forms, blending into the rich tapestry of the pantheon. Ancient texts spoke of their fiery nature in a land where the sun god reigned supreme. To the Egyptians, the seraphim were both a source of inspiration and a warning, their flames symbolizing the raw power of the gods. Temples dedicated to these celestial beings became sanctuaries of hope, a place where the weary could come seeking guidance, their hearts reaching out in prayer. Festivals erupted in celebration, the air filled with music and laughter, yet tinged with a hint of solemnity. The faithful adorned themselves in white, symbolizing purity as they danced in circles beneath the watchful eyes of the seraphim, who were believed to descend upon the earth during these sacred times. Each flicker of the flame echoed with laughter and joy, yet the underlying tension of the seraphim's dual nature reminded everyone of the delicate balance between life and the divine. In the days that followed, the priests would gather in hushed corners, sharing stories of divine encounters and revelations. They spoke of visions, where the seraphim revealed themselves in blazing glory, imparting wisdom that resonated through the ages. With every word, a palpable sense of wonder filled the air, as if the very essence of the divine was woven into the fabric of existence. The tales poured out like water from a well, each one more captivating than the last, drawing in listeners who hung on to every syllable, yearning for a glimpse of the sacred. The tension escalated as these stories spoke of prophecies and omens, warnings delivered with the grace of the seraphim's fiery wings. Their presence was a double-edged sword, promising hope while reminding the faithful of the inevitable reckoning. Eyes bright with awe flicked nervously toward the flickering flames, knowing that within their beauty lay a fierce power that could reshape the world. As night fell and the stars twinkled like the eyes of the seraphim themselves, the ancient tales intertwined. They spoke not just of beings of light, but of humanity's eternal struggle for meaning, for connection to the divine. Each story wove a thread in the grand tapestry of existence, binding together the sacred and the secular, the known and the mysterious. In that charged atmosphere, the seraphim continued to flutter just beyond reach, their fiery wings a reminder of all that was at stake. In the silence that followed, the weight of belief pressed against hearts, urging them to seek, to understand, to feel the warmth of the flames in their very souls. The air shimmered with unspoken promises, real and raw, as the echo of the seraphim lingered, transforming the sacred into an endless cycle of wonder and fear, a bridge connecting the earthly with the divine, forever entwined. In a dimly lit temple, incense curled lazily into the air, mingling with the echoes of ancient prayers. It was a sacred space, steeped in centuries of reverence, where the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to intertwine. Here, in the silence, the presence of the divine felt almost tangible, as if the air itself hummed with the energy of the celestial. Amidst the flickering shadows, one could almost hear the rustling wings of beings who defied imagination, the seraphim. These beings, enveloped in flames, stood in the throne room of God, their fiery forms radiant yet terrifying. The Hebrew Bible, a tapestry of stories and teachings, paints them not merely as messengers, but as guardians of the divine presence. Their name, seraphim, comes from a root word meaning to burn, hinting at their fiery essence, a physical manifestation of purity and holiness. One could hardly gaze upon them without feeling a shiver race down the spine, an instinctive recognition of their power. The seraphim appeared in the book of Isaiah, where the prophet found himself in a vision, standing before the Lord in all his splendor. The moment was electric, charged with a blend of fear and awe. 6 wings adorned each seraph, 2 covering their faces, 2 shielding their feet, and with the final pair, they soared through the heavenly expanse. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. Their voices resounded, a chorus that trembled the foundations of the temple. The very air vibrated with their song, a sound so pure that it pierced through the soul, evoking both reverence and a longing for something greater. Isaiah's heart raced, and a sense of unworthiness flooded over him. "Woe is me, for I am undone," he cried, recognizing the vast chasm between his human frailty and the divine glory surrounding him. The seraphim, in their divine service, understood this tension so well. They were not merely attendants but the embodiment of God's holiness, marvels of creation that burned brightly in the presence of the Creator. As the vision unfolded, one of the seraphim flew to Isaiah, holding a live coal taken from the altar with tongs. The heat from the coal radiated outward, a stark reminder of the purifying power of God. "Behold, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away," it proclaimed. This was no ordinary moment. It was a transformative encounter that would forever mark Isaiah's life. The seraphim acted not only as instruments of divine will but also as agents of grace, bridging the gap between the human and the heavenly. The image of the seraphim brings forth questions that echo through time. What does it mean to be in the presence of such purity? What does it mean to be transformed by a touch from the divine? As these questions linger in the air like the fading smoke of incense, one cannot help but feel the weight of their significance. They resonate in the hearts of those seeking truth, those yearning for a connection with the divine. Throughout history, the seraphim have captured the imaginations of theologians, artists, and seekers of wisdom. Their depiction varies, yet the awe they inspire remains constant. In medieval art, they are often shown with multiple faces, representing their omniscience, an echo of their ability to perceive the thoughts and desires of all who stand before God. In literature, they serve as symbols of divine love and the transformative power of grace, inspiring countless souls to reach higher, to aspire for holiness. It is not just their beauty that captivates. It is their fierce loyalty to the divine order. The seraphim were not created to serve humanity but to serve God, embodying the ultimate surrender to divine authority. Their wings, a blend of glory and mystery, remind the faithful of the paradox of creation. To be in the presence of the Almighty is both a privilege and a profound responsibility. It is an invitation to rise above the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary, much like the seraphim themselves. In the silent reverence of the temple, the whispers of the past echo softly, reminding those present of their own encounters with the divine. Moments of clarity and calling, where the mundane slips away and the sacred shines through. Perhaps it was in a quiet prayer or a sudden burst of joy that each individual felt, if only for a fleeting moment, the brush of wings against their spirit, urging them to seek, to yearn, to rise. The tales of the seraphim extend beyond the pages of ancient texts, intertwining with the lives of those who have sought to comprehend the divine. Throughout centuries, their presence has been felt in the hearts of the faithful, from the humble shepherds in fields to the kings upon their thrones. Each encounter, unique yet echoing the same themes of awe, transformation, and the relentless pursuit of holiness. As dusk settled over the temple, the flickering candle flames cast dancing shadows that seemed to mirror the very essence of the seraphim. Spirits ablaze with love and loyalty, forever advocating for humanity before the throne of God. The whispers of the past and the hopes of the future merged together in that sacred space, creating an atmosphere thick with emotion. The faithful who lingered felt their hearts stir with the longing to touch the divine, to become more, to be set afire by the purity of the seraphim's presence. With each heartbeat, the tension grew, teasing the mind with the promise of revelation. What lay beyond the temple's stone walls? What mysteries awaited those who dared to step further into the unknown? The seraphim, with their fiery ardor and unyielding devotion, beckoned the weary souls forward, urging them to embrace their own divine calling. A calling that echoed through the ages, intertwining with the very essence of creation itself. In this sacred moment, the lines between heaven and earth blurred, igniting a spark of hope, a flicker of anticipation. The seraphim watched, wings poised, their gaze filled with compassion. They understood the human struggle, the desire for connection, for transformation, and they remained eternal witnesses to the unfolding story of humanity. A story woven with threads of longing, grace, and the unquenchable fire of the divine. A thunderous roar echoed through the vast halls of heaven, a sound that could shake the very foundations of the earth. It was the voice of God, booming with authority, reverberating like a drumbeat against the silken skies. Below him, in an atmosphere thick with divine presence, the seraphim danced, a whirlwind of flames and wings, embodying purity and passion. These celestial beings, radiant and fierce, were not mere messengers. They were the guardians of holiness, the firebrands of the divine will. In the book of Isaiah, the seraphim emerge with a breathtaking intensity. Their very name means burning ones, and their essence is a blend of fire and spirit, symbolizing the unapproachable light of God's glory. With 6 wings, 2 covering their faces, 2 shielding their feet, and 2 used for flight, the seraphim hovered in an eternal state of worship. Their eyes, glowing like embers, reflected a profound understanding of their mission. They were not just witnesses of God's magnificence. They were ever ready to respond to his command, ignited by a burning love for his holiness. As Isaiah found himself swept into this ethereal vision, the weight of his unworthiness crushed him. He was a mere man, a sinner standing before the Almighty. The air crackled with tension, and in that moment, the seraphim became more than just beings of light. They embodied the very essence of the divine judgment and mercy. One seraph, with a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory." Each utterance sent ripples through the heavens, resonating with an authority that transcended the mortal realm. When the seraphim cried out, their voices intertwined in a symphony of reverence, shaking the thresholds of the temple. It was a sound that could rattle bones and awaken the deepest fears. Their adoration painted the very air with holiness, creating a palpable sense of divine presence that left no room for doubt. The pillars of the temple trembled, and smoke filled the air, embodying both the glory and the mystery of God. What did it mean, this holy fire? It was a consuming passion for righteousness, a fervor that demanded purity in a world steeped in sin. The seraphim, with their fiery wings, were a stark reminder of the consequences of falling short of God's standards. Yet, their role was not solely to judge but also to cleanse. As one of them soared down with a live coal taken from the altar, it was an act of grace that ignited hope within Isaiah's heart. Touching his lips, the seraph declared, "Behold, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away, and your sin atoned for." In that moment, the lines of judgment blurred with mercy, and Isaiah was transformed. The seraphim were messengers of this transformation, embodying the bridge between God's holiness and humanity's frailty. Their existence served a purpose far beyond celestial beauty. They were a call to action, urging believers to rise and reflect the light they themselves bore. The juxtaposition of their fiery presence amid the thick smoke signified a duality: God's unapproachable holiness and his desire for reconciliation. How tantalizing it is to contemplate the mystery of such beings, existing in the presence of God, yet choosing to reach out to humanity with a message of redemption. But the depths of their role ran deeper still. The seraphim were not simply there to sing praises. They were the guardians of a cosmic balance, ensuring that the divine order was maintained. In a world teetering on the brink of chaos, their presence was a reminder that heaven's watchful eyes were never far. They were the embodiment of divine protection, keeping watch over God's creation and keeping the forces of darkness at bay. As Isaiah stood in awe, the implications of the seraphim's existence gripped him. They were the fire that consumed and the flame that illuminated, guiding the faithful toward a deeper understanding of God's nature. With each flutter of their wings, they called for repentance, urging the people to turn back to the holiness that had been neglected. The burden of their message weighed heavily on Isaiah's heart, igniting a passion within him that would propel him into a lifetime of prophecy. Within the sacred temple, among the smoke and shimmering light, the presence of the seraphim instilled a fierce longing for righteousness. They represented more than a celestial choir. They were a dynamic force, pushing and pulling the faithful toward a relentless pursuit of holiness. Each time their voices rang out, the atmosphere thickened with urgency. The world was not merely a canvas of colors and shapes. It was a battleground for the souls of men. As Isaiah's vision unfurled, it became clear that the seraphim were not isolated beings in a distant realm. They were intimately involved in the affairs of humanity. Their flight mirrored the summons to those on earth, urging them to rise from complacency and to confront the reality of their lives. The seraphim, aflame with zeal, summoned Isaiah to be a vessel for their fiery message, to become a beacon amid the shadows of despair. Their presence demanded a response, igniting within him a burning desire to share the truth, no matter the cost. This divine encounter unfolded against a backdrop of rich history. The kingdom of Judah, beset by enemies and steeped in moral decay, needed a voice to speak truth to power. Isaiah's prophetic messages would resonate through generations, echoing the fervor of the Seraphim. With each prophetic utterance, the fiery call of the Seraphim would find its way into the hearts of the people, urging them not to lose sight of the divine amid the chaos of their existence. The Seraphim weren't merely figures in a distant past. They were the embodiment of God's relentless pursuit of his creation. And as Isaiah's heart began to beat in rhythm with their song, the stage was set for a profound transformation, one that would ripple through history, sparking fires of hope in the darkest corners of the world. The intensity of the Seraphim's role in the book of Isaiah was not merely historical. It intertwined with the very essence of faith, challenging the reader to engage with their divine calling and, perhaps, to feel the heat of that holy fire for themselves. In the dim light of an ancient temple, the air crackles with anticipation. Shadows dance on stone walls, whispering secrets of the ages. A figure kneels before an altar, the flickering flames casting ghostly images of celestial beings. Seraphim. These are not just symbols. They are embodiments of divine fire, messengers of profound mysteries. The heart races as their presence teeters on the edge of reality and myth, leaving a shiver down the spine. The Seraphim, often depicted with 6 wings, soar through biblical texts, their fiery gaze igniting the imagination. In the book of Isaiah, they cry out, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts." Their voices resonate like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the heavens. The imagery is explosive, fiery creatures adorned with wings, radiating an aura of awe and terror. The sight of them is enough to leave one breathless, suspended between fear and reverence. Historically, these beings have captivated the minds of theologians and poets alike. They are not merely celestial beings but reflections of humanity's deepest longings and fears. The Seraphim symbolize purity and the relentless pursuit of divine truth. Their name, derived from the Hebrew word seraph, meaning to burn, hints at their dual nature, both destructive and transformative. These beings embody the idea that through the fire of judgment, one can find redemption, a concept that has been interpreted in myriad ways throughout history. Consider the works of John Milton, whose epic poem Paradise Lost paints seraphim not just as celestial beings, but as archangels battling the darkness. Milton's vivid descriptions turn them into tragic figures, caught in the cosmic struggle between good and evil. As the archangels engage in fierce conflict with Satan and his fallen angels, the seraphim shine with an intensity that is both beautiful and terrifying. Readers can't help but feel the tension, the undeniable allure of their fiery nature, and the haunting question: are they friends or foes? This duality creates a pulse of excitement, luring readers into a world where the lines between light and darkness blur. Throughout history, artists have grappled with the image of the seraphim, each interpretation reflecting the values and fears of their time. Renaissance painters brought these celestial beings to life on canvas, their radiance illuminating the faces of saints and martyrs. Perhaps it was the sheer beauty of the seraphim that inspired Michelangelo to craft them in stunning detail, capturing the ethereal quality of their wings and the passionate glow of their countenance. Each brushstroke pulses with emotion, inviting viewers to ponder their significance. Why do they appear in times of great strife? What messages do they carry? In literature, the seraphim often emerge at crucial turning points. Authors use them to symbolize hope amidst despair, a reminder of the divine presence even in the darkest moments. In Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, seraphim guard the gates of paradise, their fiery essence illuminating the path to redemption. The reader is enveloped in a swirl of emotions: longing, fear, and an overwhelming desire for salvation. The seraphim's very existence serves as a beacon, suggesting that no matter how deep the darkness, there is always a flicker of light guiding the lost soul home. The emotional weight of the seraphim transcends mere aesthetics. These beings resonate with the struggles of humanity, embodying the tumult of the human experience. Think of the seraphim as mirrors reflecting our own battles: fear, love, loss, and the quest for meaning. Their fiery forms can evoke a sense of dread, as if they are witnesses to our most profound failures, while simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope. Each encounter with them ignites questions about one's own life choices and the search for purpose, drawing readers into a web of reflection and anticipation. Poets have long been enchanted by the seraphim, their words capturing the essence of divine beauty and terror. William Blake, in his visionary poetry, painted seraphim as ethereal beings, woven into the very fabric of existence. His lines pulse with emotional intensity, inviting readers to explore the delicate balance between joy and sorrow. Each word is a testament to the complexity of the human soul, a reminder that while the seraphim may inspire awe, they also demand introspection. As the narratives around these celestial beings unfold, a tapestry of complexity emerges. The seraphim's fiery nature becomes a powerful symbol of transformation. Those who encounter them are often irrevocably changed, ignited by the brilliance of their presence. In the art of storytelling, this transformation is a potent device, keeping readers on edge. What will happen when the characters confront these divine beings? What revelations await those who dare to look into the flames? In the echoes of ancient texts, the seraphim remind us of the thin veil separating the divine from the mundane. They become the threads that weave together the fabric of human experience, a reminder of our interconnectedness with the cosmos. Their literary interpretations, laden with emotion and historical significance, create an ever-expanding universe of thought. The reader, caught in a cycle of wonder, finds themselves yearning for the next revelation, the next encounter with these enigmatic beings. As shadows shift and the flames flicker, the seraphim loom larger than life, inviting a deeper understanding of their role in our spiritual narrative. Each word is a brushstroke on the canvas of time, each interpretation a new layer added to the rich tapestry of belief. The heartbeat of history pulses in the space where the seraphim dwell, and the quest for understanding continues, spiraling into an infinite loop of inquiry and awe. The ancient temple stands unyielding, a sentinel of the past, while the seraphim whisper their secrets, daring the curious to listen, to feel, to be transformed. Their fiery presence lingers, a promise of more to come, a glimpse into a world where the sacred and the human collide. In this realm of emotion and tension, the story of the seraphim stretches on, inviting readers to stand on the precipice of understanding as the flames dance ever closer. At the dawn of an ancient world, where the air crackled with divine energy and the shadows whispered secrets of the cosmos, stood celestial beings whose very essence radiated divine fire. The seraphim, with their 6 blazing wings, were more than mere angels. They were the embodiment of fervent love, fiery purity, and unwavering zeal for God. Their names echoed through the corridors of time, igniting a spark of awe in the hearts of those who sought to understand their purpose. In a dimly lit chamber of the early Christian catacombs, flickering candles cast elongated shadows on the rough stone walls. The scent of incense hung in the air, creating a mystical atmosphere where the faithful gathered to share stories of the divine. Among them, a young scholar, eyes wide with wonder, listened intently as an elder spoke of the seraphim. With each word, the elder painted a vivid picture of these heavenly beings, their voices like thunder, reverberating with the power of the Almighty. "Can you see them?" the elder whispered, a hint of reverence in his voice. The seraphim encircle the throne of God, singing praises that pierce the heavens. Their wings fan the flames of divine love, their eyes reflecting the purity of the Creator. They are the guardians of God's holiness, untainted and radiant. As the elder's words dripped with emotion, the young scholar felt a shiver run down his spine. He imagined the seraphim, their wings unfurling like the petals of a fiery flower, casting radiant light into the darkness. They hovered in a celestial choir, their harmonious voices intertwining into an ethereal melody that transcended time and space. Each note seemed to awaken the very core of his being, pulling him into the depths of spiritual longing. Yet, the seraphim were not just symbols of beauty and devotion. They were fierce protectors of God's majesty, wielding a fiery sword against the forces of darkness. In the early Christian texts, they were described as agents of divine judgment, bringing both awe and fear. The thought of their blazing presence stirred emotions deep within the young scholar, igniting a yearning to understand the balance between love and justice in divine affairs. In vivid detail, the elder recounted the moment when Isaiah beheld the seraphim in a vision. The scholar could almost see it himself. The temple shaking, smoke swirling, and the seraphim crying out, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts." It was a moment that echoed through the ages, a reminder of the divine holiness that demanded reverence from all creation. The scholar felt an overwhelming weight of responsibility, understanding that the seraphim's song was not just an echo of worship, but a call to live a life of purity and devotion. As the night deepened and the flickering candles began to wane, the elder's voice grew softer, resonating with the gravity of the seraphim's purpose. They were not merely agents of celestial beauty. They were the embodiment of the ultimate truth, the realization that humanity was called to transcend its flaws. The seraphim, with their blazing intensity, became a mirror reflecting the souls of mortals, urging them to rise above their earthly struggles and embrace the divine light that beckoned them. The young scholar's heart raced. What did it mean to be touched by the fire of the seraphim? He felt the pull of their vibrant energy, a longing to be consumed by that sacred flame. It was the same flame that had ignited the hearts of early Christians, inspiring them to carry the message of love and redemption into a world shrouded in darkness. The seraphim were not just figures in the heavens. They were a living promise that the divine was intimately involved in the struggles of humanity. Suddenly, the air grew thick with anticipation. The elder's voice transformed, resonating with an urgency that sent chills down the spines of those gathered. Beware, dear friends. The seraphim are not only harbingers of grace, they also bear the weight of divine wrath. Woe to those who defy the will of God. Their fiery gaze pierces through falsehood, and their wings fan the flames of judgment upon the unrepentant. In that moment, the young scholar felt a tumult of emotions rise within him. Awe, fear, longing, and hope collided like waves crashing against the shore. Questions swirled in his mind. How could one embrace the warmth of the seraphim's love while trembling before their fierce judgment? The duality of their existence haunted him, igniting a quest for understanding that transcended mere words. As the crowd began to disperse, the scholar lingered, lost in contemplation. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows, reminiscent of the seraphim's wings stretching across the heavens. He felt an unshakable conviction that the seraphim were calling him, urging him to dive deeper into the mysteries of faith. Driven by an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, he yearned to understand the intricate relationship between the divine and humanity, the fire that consumed yet also purified. Outside, the moon hung low in the velvety sky, casting a soft glow over the ancient stones of the catacombs. The scholar stepped into the quiet night, his heart racing with the echoes of the elder's words. The seraphim were not just distant figures. They were alive in the hearts of believers, igniting a flame that burned brightly through trials and tribulations. With each step, he felt the weight of their presence, the call to embody their fiery passion for God. The horizon beckoned, filled with the promise of discovery, and he knew that the story of the seraphim was just beginning. An invitation to embrace the divine fire that would transform not only him but all who dared to seek the truth. The melody of the seraphim lingered in the air, urging him onward to explore the unfolding narrative of faith that intertwined with the very fabric of existence. In a dimly lit basilica, the soft glow from flickering candles dances upon the walls, casting shadows that seem to whisper the stories of the ancients. The air is thick with incense, wrapping around the faithful like a warm embrace. As they gaze upward, their eyes drawn to the dome above. There, amidst the clouds and rays of divine light, the seraphim unfurl their majestic wings, a sight that ignites both awe and fear in the hearts of believers. These celestial beings, often depicted as radiant figures with 6 wings, embody the fiery love of God. Their faces, sometimes obscured in reverence, shine with an otherworldly glory, an eternal reminder of the divine presence that surrounds humanity. Artists of the early Christian era, moved by their vision of heaven, sought to capture this ethereal beauty in their paintings, mosaics, and sculptures. Each brushstroke was infused with a sense of urgency, a longing to connect the earthly realm with the divine. In the catacombs beneath Rome, where the early Christians worshipped in secret, the iconography of seraphim began to take shape. Here, amongst the tombs and inscriptions, they were depicted as guardians of the sacred. Their wings extended outward, enveloping scenes of resurrection and hope, serving as a bridge between the living and the departed. The simplicity of these early depictions contrasted sharply with the complexities of human emotion, as grief, hope, and the promise of eternal life intertwined in every image. As the centuries passed, the representation of seraphim evolved. The Byzantine artists, with their deep devotion, filled the walls of grand churches with brilliant mosaics. These celestial beings were no longer just guardians. They became the very embodiment of divine love. Golden hues enveloped them, their wings shimmering like the sun. One could almost hear the rustle of their feathers, the whisper of heavenly voices, as they sang praises to the Almighty. The colors used in these sacred artworks were not mere pigments. They were sacred symbols, each chosen to evoke specific emotions. The deep reds of their robes spoke of sacrifice, while the bright golds represented the divine light of God breaking through the darkness of sin. Viewers were not just passive observers. As they stood transfixed before these masterpieces, they felt the heat of the seraphim's fiery love piercing through their souls. The eyes of these ethereal beings, often depicted gazing out from the canvas or mosaic, appeared to look directly into the hearts of the faithful. Each glance was an invitation, a challenge to rise above earthly concerns and embrace the divine call. It was as if the seraphim beckoned them to join in their celestial choir, urging them to abandon fear and embrace faith. In the writings of early theologians, the seraphim were often described as the highest order of angels, forever encircled around the throne of God. This notion found its way into art, where the seraphim were frequently placed in the company of other celestial beings. They became the focal point of larger narratives, their fiery nature contrasting with the gentle grace of other angels. This tension between fire and serenity echoed the struggles of humanity. The faithful, like those portrayed in the artwork, grappled with their own inner demons, seeking refuge in the embrace of the divine. One particularly striking mosaic, found in the apse of a church in Ravenna, shows the seraphim surrounded by celestial light, each figure intricately detailed with delicate wings and expressions that seem to shift as one moves. Captures a moment suspended in time, where the divine meets the human experience. Observers often found themselves holding their breath as they gazed upon this masterpiece, caught in the feeling that they, too, were being invited into that sacred space. The colors shimmered like embers, igniting a yearning for something greater than themselves. As the art of the seraphim spread across Europe, it ignited a fervor among the faithful. Churches adorned with their images became places of pilgrimage, where believers sought solace and inspiration. The seraphim became symbols of hope, reminding the weary that there was a divine love that transcended the struggles of daily life. Each mosaic and painting told a story, not only of heavenly beings but also of the human heart's quest for connection with the divine. The emotional weight of these artworks was palpable. In the expressions of the seraphim, one could sense a deep longing, a desire to bridge the gap between heaven and earth. Every detail, from the delicate feathers to the soft glow of their skin, was crafted to evoke a sense of wonder, inviting viewers to reflect on their own journeys of faith. The seraphim were not just figures of the past. They became living symbols of hope in a world often shrouded in darkness. As time marched on and the Renaissance bloomed, the portrayal of the seraphim took on new dimensions. The artists of this era, inspired by the beauty of the human form, began to infuse their works with a more human touch. The seraphim, while still embodying the divine, were rendered with a tenderness that spoke to the hearts of the people. They became relatable, almost tangible, reflecting the complex emotions of love, sorrow, and joy that defined the human experience. Within these evolving depictions, one could sense the pulse of a growing spirituality, a hunger for a deeper understanding of the divine. The seraphim transformed from distant guardians into companions on the journey of faith, their presence a reminder that the divine is always near, ready to envelop humanity in love. The paintings became portals, drawing viewers into a dialogue with the sacred. In the luminous strokes of oil paint and the intricate patterns of gold leaf, the seraphim continued to rise, their wings a symbol of the unquenchable flame of divine love. Each brushstroke was a prayer, a plea for connection, beckoning the faithful to remember that they were never alone in their struggles. The seraphim stood as witnesses to the human experience, their fiery hearts igniting a spark of hope that would resonate through the ages. As one gazed into their eyes, they could almost hear the echo of promises made long ago, a love that endures, a spirit that uplifts. Yet, the story of the seraphim does not end here, for in every corner of the earth, their presence still lingers, waiting patiently for those with open hearts to seek them out, to feel the warmth of their embrace as they journey onward, ever toward the divine light. Amidst the flickering candles and the deep murmurs of prayer in a dimly lit synagogue, an unseen force seems to pulse in the air, a breath of divinity that both humbles and ignites the spirit. The seraphim, radiant beings of fire and love, are said to dwell in the highest heavens, their wings casting shadows that oscillate between light and darkness. They are not merely figures of lore but living embodiments of divine will, a bridge between the earthly and the celestial, beckoning those who dare to approach them. Historically, the seraphim are depicted in the ancient texts of Jewish mysticism, particularly in the enigmatic realm of Kabbalah. These celestial beings hold a status that transcends mere angels. They are woven into the fabric of creation, a manifestation of God's purest intentions. In the Zohar, the foundational work of Kabbalistic thought, they are described as entities that surround the divine throne, singing praises that resonate through the universe. Their voices are a symphony, a celestial chorus that echoes with both love and fear, an awe-inspiring reminder of the vastness of creation. The seraphim are often portrayed with 6 wings, 2 covering their faces, 2 covering their feet, and 2 for flight. This imagery alone evokes a sense of wonder, a visual representation of humility and service. They shield themselves from the overwhelming glory of the divine, yet they are ever present, their very essence igniting the flames of divine love that burn within the hearts of humanity. In Jewish mysticism, the fire they carry is not just a physical flame. It symbolizes passion, purification, and the transformative power of divine love. Their fiery nature ignites the spirit, urging individuals toward higher consciousness and deeper understanding. In the mystical texts, the seraphim inhabit a realm of pure light, where time and space bend to the will of the Creator. Their existence challenges the boundaries of human comprehension. They are not bound by earthly constraints. Yet, despite their lofty position, they are intricately connected to the fate of humanity, guiding souls through the labyrinth of existence. The tension between heaven and earth is palpable, as the whispers of the seraphim dance across the cosmos, igniting a yearning in the human heart to reach beyond the mundane and touch the divine. The stories of the seraphim are rich with emotion and intensity. One can almost hear the rustle of their wings in the stillness of night, a reminder of their presence in moments of deep prayer or contemplation. In times of crisis, when despair clings to the soul like a shroud, the image of the seraphim can spark hope. It is said that in the darkest hours, when shadows threaten to consume the light, these celestial beings descend, their fiery wings illuminating the path to redemption. Their love is fierce and unwavering, a reminder that even in the most tumultuous times, divine grace is within reach. As centuries passed, the understanding of the seraphim evolved, branching out into diverse interpretations throughout Jewish thought. They are not merely angels but reflect aspects of the human experience itself. The seraphim are intertwined with the soul, resonating with the deepest desires for connection, love, and understanding. The mystical teachings suggest that within each person lies the spark of the seraphim, urging individuals to ignite that inner fire and transcend their limitations. The tension between the ethereal and the earthly becomes more palpable when one considers the historical context of Kabbalah. Emerging from the shadows of medieval Spain, Kabbalistic thought sought to articulate the ineffable connections between the divine, the created world, and the human soul. Amidst persecution and suffering, the teachings of the Seraphim became a beacon of hope. They embodied the longing for divine connection, teaching that even the most broken souls could rise to meet the heavens. The Seraphim were not just watchers. They were participants in the eternal dance of creation, guiding humanity through despair toward the light. In the mystical traditions, the Seraphim are also a reminder of the power of love. Their very existence sparks a flame in the heart, urging individuals to seek out the divine presence in their lives. They challenge humanity to embrace love as a transformative force, capable of transcending pain and division. In their fiery essence lies a profound truth. Love is the path to redemption, a way to align oneself with the divine will. As the tales of the Seraphim weave through the ages, their influence permeates not just spiritual practices but also the very fabric of Jewish identity. In times of celebration, the Seraphim's joy resonates, uplifting the spirit and reminding individuals of their connection to something greater. In moments of sorrow, their fierce compassion offers solace, a reminder that no one is ever truly alone. The Seraphim are a constant presence, a reminder of the divine spark that resides within every person. In this intricate tapestry of belief, the Seraphim stand both as messengers and guardians, embodying the complex interplay between divinity and humanity. They are a call to action, urging one to rise above the challenges of life and embrace the divine within. Their stories evoke a deep yearning, a desire to connect with the sacred, and to allow that connection to transform the world. The fire of the Seraphim is a powerful force, a guiding light that propels the soul toward its highest potential. As the synagogues hum with ancient prayers and the stars twinkle in the night sky, the Seraphim remain ever vigilant, their wings shimmering with the essence of love. They beckon, their presence felt in the quiet moments of reflection, igniting the path toward understanding and unity. And as the desire for connection deepens, a new chapter unfolds, weaving together the threads of the past with the hopes of the future, drawing humanity ever closer to the divine embrace. The dance continues, a beautiful spiral of longing, love, and the eternal quest for truth. In the flickering light of a medieval chapel, candles cast dancing shadows upon the stone walls, illuminating the intricate carvings of angels and saints. The air is thick with the scent of incense, a fragrant offering to the divine. Here, in this sacred space, the Seraphim linger, their presence felt more than seen, a whispered promise of heaven's glory. But who were these ethereal beings, and how did they evolve through the passage of time, weaving their way into the fabric of medieval theology? As the monks chant their prayers, their voices rise and fall like the wings of the Seraphim, weaving a tapestry of devotion that transcends earthly understanding. With every note, the essence of these celestial beings unfolds. The Seraphim, traditionally depicted as fiery beings, embody pure love and unyielding passion for the Creator. Their very name, derived from the Hebrew word seraph, means to burn. This burning love ignites a flame within the hearts of all who seek the divine, stirring emotions that reverberate through the ages. In the writings of the early church fathers, the Seraphim assumed a place of honor among the heavenly hosts. Voices like that of Saint Augustine spoke of them as the highest order of angels, those closest to God, igniting a fervor that would permeate centuries of theological thought. These scholars painted vivid pictures of Seraphim encircling the throne of God, their wings aflame, singing praises that would echo in the souls of the faithful. The image was potent, igniting a longing for the divine that would resonate within the hearts of medieval Christians. Yet, it was during the Middle Ages that the Seraphim truly began to evolve, drawing in the collective imagination like moths to a flame. Think of the great cathedrals rising toward the heavens, their spires reaching for the sky as if to touch the very throne of God. Within these hallowed halls, artists and theologians mirrored the celestial order, creating a hierarchy that placed an emphasis on the Seraphim's role in divine worship. The Seraphim became not just symbols of divine love, but also mediators of grace, guiding the faithful towards a deeper connection with the Almighty. As the 12th century dawned, the teachings of luminaries like Saint Bernard of Clairvaux began to intertwine with the established notions of Seraphim. His writings emphasized the transformative power of love, casting the seraphim as the very embodiment of that divine love. They were not merely celestial beings. They were the fire that ignited the soul. With each stroke of his pen, Bernard sparked a flame of fervent devotion among his followers, fostering a deeper understanding of the seraphim as guides for the faithful on their spiritual journey. The tension in the narrative thickened as the 13th century approached, driven by the rise of scholasticism. Thinkers like Thomas Aquinas sought to categorize the heavenly hosts, placing the seraphim at the apex of the angelic hierarchy. This intellectual endeavor turned the seraphim into theological constructs, brilliant yet detached, their fiery essence transformed into concepts to be dissected and debated. Aquinas spoke of them as the burning ones, creatures of pure intellect and joy, tasked with the profound mission of contemplating God's essence. The seraphim became ideals, their original emotional fervor slowly morphing into abstract theological principles. Yet, amid these scholarly pursuits, the emotional resonance of the seraphim lingered, refusing to be extinguished. The mystics of the time, with their passionate devotion, breathed new life into the medieval understanding of these celestial beings. Figures like Saint Francis of Assisi, who embraced the world with an intensity that mirrored the seraphim's love, rekindled the flame of emotional connection. Through his poetry and his embrace of creation, he reflected the seraphim's burning love, channeling their essence into the very fabric of life itself. In the late medieval period, the seraphim took on a new guise as art and literature began to blend. The image of the seraphim became richer and more complex, evolving from mere theological constructs to vibrant characters in the stories of the faithful. Dante Alighieri, in his monumental work, Divine Comedy, introduced the seraphim as part of his celestial hierarchy, painting them as radiant beings whose love was so profound it could ignite the very essence of heaven. With every word, Dante pulled readers into the celestial narrative, igniting a sense of wonder and reverence that spanned generations. Yet, not all were content with the seraphim's place in the theological tapestry. The tumult of the 14th and 15th centuries, marked by strife and uncertainty, led to questions about the nature of these divine beings. The emerging humanism began to clash with traditional beliefs, challenging the once unquestioned authority of angelic hierarchies. The seraphim, once the embodiment of divine love, were now examined under the scrutiny of reason. They became subjects of debate, their role in the grand scheme of salvation questioned as humanity grappled with its place in a world that seemed ever more distant from the divine. Amidst this turmoil, the seraphim remained a beacon of hope. The emotional weight of their legacy pressed upon the hearts of the faithful, calling out to them in their darkest moments, reminding them of the eternal flame of love that burned in the celestial realms. The seraphim transformed from abstract symbols into beacons of love and guidance, lighting a pathway through the shadows of doubt and despair. As the sun set on the medieval era, the seraphim shimmered with a new allure, their evolution a testament to the enduring power of love, faith, and longing. They beckoned to the hearts of the people, a reminder that, even in the face of uncertainty, the flame of divine love never truly fades. And just beyond the horizon, a new chapter awaited, one that would carry the legacy of the seraphim into the hearts and minds of generations yet to come. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit church, a hush fell over the gathering. The air was thick with incense and reverence, a contrast to the tumultuous world outside. Here, in this sacred space, the whispers of the past mingled with the prayers of the present. It was in such moments that the voices of the seraphim, the highest order of angels, could almost be heard, melodies of divine love and fierce devotion. These celestial beings, bathed in ethereal light, had long fascinated the minds and hearts of those who sought to understand God. From the flickering shadows emerged figures of great significance. Augustine of Hippo, standing resolute against the tide of heresies, his brow furrowed in thought. He was a man who had wrestled with his own demons, a heart once torn by sin, now ignited by the love of Christ. Augustine believed that the seraphim represented the ultimate expression of divine love and knowledge. He spoke of them as a bridge between the mortal and the divine, a concept that sent shivers down the spines of those who listened. His writings, a tapestry of emotion and theology, illuminated the path toward understanding God's grace, each syllable dripping with the weight of his own struggles. As the shadows shifted, another luminary emerged, Gregory of Nyssa. With eyes that sparkled with wisdom, he painted the seraphim as the embodiment of perfect love, demonstrating a profound relationship with God. For him, the seraphim were not just heavenly beings but also a reflection of the ideal human spirit, a spirit yearning for unity with the divine. His words flowed like a gentle stream, inspiring his listeners, filling their hearts with a longing for the same transcendent affection that the seraphim knew. It was in his writings that one could almost hear the flutter of angelic wings, whispering promises of hope and love. Then came the thunderous voice of John Chrysostom, a preacher whose sermons stirred the very souls of his congregation. He thundered about the splendor of the seraphim, framing them as fierce protectors of the faith. In his mind, they stood vigilant, ready to defend the sanctity of God's truth against the encroaching darkness of doubt and disbelief. These beings of light, he proclaimed, are guardians of our souls, urging us to rise above our earthly struggles and reach for the heavens. The words resonated, filling the listeners with a fire that ignited their spirits, urging them to fight for their faith with the same fervor as the seraphim. The atmosphere grew electric as Augustine and Gregory debated the nature of these celestial beings. Augustine, with his penetrating gaze, argued that the seraphim's love for God was rooted in knowledge, an understanding so profound that it left no room for doubt. Gregory countered passionately, insisting that love alone, untainted by fear or knowledge, was the true essence of the seraphim. Their discussion swirled like a tempest, each word laced with intellectual fervor, captivating those who eavesdropped on their sacred exchange. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the stone walls, a newcomer entered, a young Thomas Aquinas. With a mind as sharp as a sword, he listened intently, absorbing the teachings of his predecessors. He carried with him the spirit of inquiry, a thirst for understanding that could not be quenched. He would soon weave the threads of Augustine's and Gregory's thoughts into his own rich tapestry of theology, elevating the understanding of the seraphim to heights never before imagined. Aquinas sought to build bridges between faith and reason, emerging as a titan among thinkers. He pondered the hierarchy of angels, placing the seraphim at the very pinnacle, not just as messengers but as the very essence of divine love and wisdom. His writings became a symphony of profound truths, each note ringing clear, each concept building upon the last. As he scribbled by candlelight, the ink flowed like the blood of his spirit, pouring forth his revelations about these heavenly beings, making their presence felt within the hearts of believers. But with light often comes darkness. In a shadowed corner of the church, a voice arose, a heretic challenging the very foundation of the faith. "What are these seraphim but mere illusions?" he sneered, eyes glinting with disdain. The crowd gasped, tension crackling like a summer storm. Augustine's heart raced. He felt the weight of the centuries fall upon him, the legacy of faith, love, and divine mystery at stake. With a steady voice, he countered, "To deny the seraphim is to deny the very nature of God's love itself." In that tense moment, the air seemed to shimmer, the presence of the seraphim palpable in the room. It was as if the angels themselves had paused, drawn by the passion and conviction of those debating their very existence. The young Aquinas, sensing the gravity of the moment, rose to his feet. His voice, clear and unwavering, articulated the essence of the seraphim, weaving together the threads of knowledge and love, illuminating the truth that lay buried beneath doubt and fear. As each figure, Augustine, Gregory, Chrysostom, and Aquinas, wove their thoughts into a rich tapestry, the voices of the seraphim echoed in the hearts of all who listened. The emotions ran deep, the stakes impossibly high. Each soul present felt the pull of destiny, as if the seraphim themselves were beckoning them into a deeper relationship with the divine. The tension mounted. It was a moment suspended in time, wherein the weight of the question hung heavy in the air. Who are the seraphim, and what do they signify in our quest for understanding? The flickering candles cast the room in a warm glow, illuminating the faces of the faithful. Their eyes alight with wonder and awe. The exchange of ideas, like a sacred dance, captivated their minds, igniting a fierce yearning for truth that would carry them forward into the unknown. The seraphim hovered on the edges of their consciousness, guiding them from the past into the future, leading them to a deeper understanding of their own souls. And as the debate intensified, the candlelight flickered, shadows danced, and an unearthly whisper of wings echoed softly in the dark, a reminder that above and beyond the earthly struggles lay a divine love, waiting to be embraced. In the dim light of a candle-lit workshop, the sound of brush against canvas whispered secrets of the divine. A lone artist, consumed by inspiration, stood before a blank canvas, his heart racing with anticipation. Outside, the world of the Renaissance buzzed with the fervor of ideas, art, and rediscovery. But within this sacred space, something extraordinary was about to take shape. As the first strokes emerged, so did the haunting image of a seraphim, its 6 wings unfurling like the petals of a mystical flower, radiant and otherworldly. In the Renaissance, seraphim were more than mere angels. They were the embodiment of celestial love, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Artists like Raphael and Michelangelo sought to capture their ethereal beauty, turning them into symbols of spiritual enlightenment. These heavenly beings, often depicted with fiery eyes and an overwhelming presence, spoke to the hearts of those who gazed upon them, igniting a yearning to connect with the divine. Yet, amidst this spiritual fervor, the portrayals began to evolve, reflecting not only religious devotion, but also the intimate emotions of the human experience. The 6 wings of the seraphim danced across canvases, each feather painted with care, each detail a testament to the artist's longing to reach beyond human limitations. In a world recovering from the shadows of the Middle Ages, these angelic figures emerged as messengers of hope, guiding souls towards salvation. But with each brushstroke, the artists infused their own struggles and desires, their own earthly longings into these divine forms. The seraphim became more than celestial beings. They transformed into conduits for human emotion. As the artist's brush glided across the canvas, a vision unfolded, seraphim suspended in celestial realms, their faces bathed in divine light, evoking awe and reverence. In this moment, the spirit of the Renaissance surged, a time when man dared to ask questions and seek answers beyond the confines of dogma. The seraphim represented the quest for knowledge, embodying the harmony between faith and reason that characterized this extraordinary era. Each gaze into their painted eyes stirred something deep within, an unexplainable yearning to understand the mysteries of existence. In the bustling streets of Florence, the air was thick with the scent of oil paints and the sweet melody of life. Artists gathered in studios, sharing ideas, debating techniques, and redefining the boundaries of creativity. Giotto's earlier, more rigid portrayals were giving way to a new fluidity of expression. The seraphim began to emerge not only as icons of faith, but as reflections of the artist's very souls. Their faces became mirrors of human emotion, joy, sorrow, longing, and peace, capturing the essence of what it meant to be alive in such a tumultuous time. One could almost feel the pulse of the city, resonating with the fervent energy of creation. Botticelli's seraphim, for instance, were not just heavenly beings but embodiments of beauty, passion, and the mysteries of the universe. They were caught in moments of divine ecstasy, their forms twisting gracefully as though they were dancing on the very edge of heaven itself. This representation spoke to the hearts of the masses, invoking both admiration and an unquenchable thirst for understanding. But the evolution of seraphim imagery wasn't without its challenges. As scholars and theologians debated the nature of these celestial beings, artists were torn between tradition and innovation. The church yearned for purity, demanding fidelity to biblical descriptions. Yet, the vibrant human emotions spilling from the canvases could not be contained. The wings, once symbols of divine intellect, began to flutter with the chaos of human experience. They were no longer just messengers. They became reflections of the struggles and triumphs of humanity itself. In the silence of the workshop, the artist's heart raced, emotions swirling as he painted. Each stroke was a prayer, each color a reflection of his internal battles. The seraphim took on new meanings, wings heavy with sorrow, eyes gleaming with compassion. These were not merely heavenly inhabitants. They were embodiments of the human condition, grappling with love, loss, and the desire for transcendence. The seraphim became a paradox, representing both the overwhelming glory of the divine and the raw vulnerability of humanity. The magnificence of these celestial beings was not only in their beauty but in their wisdom. They embodied hope during turbulent times, urging people to seek a deeper connection with the divine and with each other. As these images adorned chapels and homes, they filled hearts with warmth, reminding humanity of its potential for greatness. Each glance at the painted wings brought forth emotions that lingered long after leaving the church or gallery, a silent reminder of the divine spark within. The artist stepped back, his heart racing at the sight before him. The seraphim glowed with an inner light, a testament to the transformation taking place during this vibrant age. Their wings spread wide, inviting the viewer to partake in a shared experience of spirituality and emotion. It was a moment suspended in time, a connection forged through brush and color, transcending the limitations of language. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of Florence, patrons marveled at the new interpretations of seraphim. They gathered, breathing in the beauty, feeling the weight of each figure, each emotion. In their hearts, they recognized the power of art to express the inexpressible, to bridge the gap between earthly struggles and heavenly aspirations. The seraphim became more than symbols. They were vessels of hope, channeling human desires for love, understanding, and divine connection. The artist, lost in his creation, could feel the heartbeat of the Renaissance pulsing around him. With every stroke, he was not alone. He was part of something greater, an artistic movement that sought to redefine existence itself. The seraphim, with their fiery gaze and magnificent wings, were about to reveal even more profound truths, beckoning to those who dared to see beyond the canvas. As the candle flickered, casting shadows that danced like the very angels he painted, he knew that the story was far from over. The wings would continue to spread, carrying whispers of inspiration and emotion, drawing more souls into the eternal quest for understanding, love, and transcendence. In the shadow of the ancient city of Mecca, the call to prayer echoed through the air, a haunting melody reverberating off the time-weathered stones. It seemed to stir something deep within the souls of the faithful, a whisper of something celestial. Among them, the faithful felt the presence of a powerful force, a connection to something greater, something that transcended the earthly realm. This was the essence of the seraphim in Islamic tradition, beings of light and purity who straddled the divide between the divine and the human, guardians of the heavens with a purpose that stirred awe and reverence in the hearts of those who believed. Known in Arabic as al-Seraphil, the seraphim were depicted not merely as messengers but as fiery beings, imbued with an awe-inspiring power that radiated from their very essence. Their existence was rooted in the profound narratives of the Quran and the Hadith, where they served as protectors and intermediaries between Allah and humankind. Histories whispered through the ages tell of their wings, grand and magnificent, spanning vast distances as they soared through skies untroubled by the weight of the world below. In one particularly poignant tale, the archangel Israfil was said to stand ready at the command of Allah, holding a trumpet, the trumpet of resurrection. It was said that when the time came to awaken the dead, his call would echo through the realms, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The thought of that moment sent shivers down the spines of believers and non-believers alike, for it was a reminder of the fragility of life and the certainty of the hereafter. In the quiet moments beneath a starlit sky, devout souls pondered the weight of their own deeds, the choices they made as they lived their lives under the watchful eyes of such celestial beings. Not often told are the stories of how these angelic figures danced on the edge of human understanding. They were not mere figures of myth. They embodied the qualities that humans aspired to: purity, devotion, and strength. In the grand tapestry of Islamic beliefs, the seraphim served as a bridge between the mundane and the magnificent, reminding humanity of an eternal truth, that they were never truly alone. Even in moments of despair, when the world felt heavy and dark, whispers of hope lingered, carried on the soft rustle of angelic wings. As the days flowed into years, the tales of the seraphim found their way into the hearts and minds of the people. The stories were shared around flickering lanterns in the quiet of the night. Eyes would widen as the elders recounted the moments when the seraphim descended from the celestial abode to offer guidance to prophets. The kind faces of those prophets seemed to glow a little brighter, their burdens a little lighter, as if the very presence of these sacred beings infused them with divine purpose. In the pages of Islamic history, the seraphim played a silent yet significant role. They watched over the prophets, witnessing the trials faced by figures like Prophet Muhammad, who endured unimaginable hardships in his quest to spread the message of Allah. The seraphim, it is said, were often there, bringing comfort in times of despair, illuminating paths in moments of uncertainty. Their cherished presence inspired countless believers to maintain their faith, to persist against the tides of doubt and fear. Yet, with their light came a terrifying power. The seraphim were not only guardians of the righteous but also bearers of judgment. The tales shared in dimly lit corners spoke of their fiery wrath. When angered, they could unleash storms that brought nations to their knees. It was a reminder that the divine was not merely benevolent. There was balance in the universe, and with the serene came the storm. The duality of their existence struck a chord in the hearts of listeners, a foreboding reminder of the fate that awaited those who chose the path of darkness. As dusk fell and the stars twinkled above, the faithful would gather, hearts racing with anticipation. As stories of the seraphim unfolded, the air was thick with emotion, the weight of history palpable. In those moments, the space felt sacred, as if the very presence of the seraphim hovered among them, invisible yet undeniably felt. The flicker of candlelight danced upon their faces, reflecting the wonder and fear entwined in their tales. A reminder that the divine was always near, yet infinitely beyond reach. The stories traveled far beyond the deserts of Arabia, weaving through cultures and traditions, crossing borders and generations. In every retelling, the essence remained. The seraphim were guardians not only of the heavens but also of the human spirit. They symbolized hope, love, and the unyielding strength of faith, inspiring countless souls to rise above their struggles. Their flames flickered in the hearts of those yearning for connection to something divine, igniting a passion for righteousness and a deep understanding of the unfolding narrative of existence. In the rich tapestry of Islamic tradition, the seraphim remained an eternal enigma, their roles both nurturing and fearsome, their stories binding generations together in a shared legacy. Their presence lingered in the prayers of the faithful and in the silent hopes of the lost. With hearts full of longing and eyes wide with wonder, people awaited the call of the seraphim, knowing that one day, in a moment of divine orchestration, their stories would intertwine with the eternal fabric of existence. As the prayers rose into the night, mingling with the soft winds, the air crackled with anticipation. The essence of the seraphim, woven into the very fabric of faith and fear, lingered like an unspoken promise, urging souls forward into the chapters that lay ahead, beckoning them toward the next great revelation yet to unfold. In the stillness of the night, amid the flickering shadows cast by a dying fire, an ancient scroll unfurls. It whispers secrets of celestial beings that once danced in the presence of the Creator, beings that flicker in and out of mortal comprehension like the soft glow of stars. Among them, a singular name rises above the rest: Seraphim. These fiery beings, with wings that shimmer like molten gold, have captivated human hearts for millennia. Yet, they are not alone in their ethereal splendor. Other celestial entities, each with their distinct purpose and power, thread through the tapestry of heavenly lore: cherubim, thrones, dominions, and more, each bearing unique roles that paint a portrait of divine order. Seraphim are often described as the highest choir of angels. Their very name, derived from the Hebrew word seraph, meaning to burn, hints at their blazing light and passionate devotion. Imagine a whirlwind of fire and love, swirling in the presence of God, their voices harmonizing in a symphony of praise. The biblical prophet Isaiah had a vision of these celestial beings, recounting how they surrounded the throne of the Almighty, calling out, "Holy, holy, Holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. It is within this fervent worship that seraphim find their essence, the burning desire to exalt the divine. Yet what of the cherubim? Often depicted as guardians of sacred spaces, these beings carry a different weight in the cosmos. Think of them not as mere protectors, but as wise sentinels filled with knowledge and understanding. They are the keepers of mysteries, their four faces symbolizing the breadth of creation: man, lion, ox, and eagle. In the Garden of Eden, it was a cherub who stood guard at the entrance, a flame of divine protection against the knowledge of good and evil. Unlike the seraphim, whose light burns with passion, the cherubim embody wisdom, their serene presence reminding humanity of the delicate balance between enlightenment and innocence. As one ponders the difference between these celestial beings, the air thickens with tension. The thrones, a third choir of angels, embody the authority of God's will. They are not as fiery as the seraphim or as wise as the cherubim, but their power is undeniable. Rulers of the heavenly order, the thrones serve as conduits between the celestial and the earthly, ensuring that divine justice flows throughout the universe. Picture them as majestic thrones, radiating grace and strength, upon which the authority of God rests. Their role is to guide creation, maintaining harmony in a world often fraught with discord. Then there are the dominions, the celestial beings tasked with overseeing the lower choirs of angels. The striking contrast between the dominions and seraphim becomes stark in their duties. While the seraphim are consumed by love and worship, the dominions are focused on governance and order. They wield authority, orchestrating the heavenly host much like a conductor leads an orchestra. Their majestic wings stretch wide, bridging gaps and uniting the celestial bodies under a common purpose. In their presence, the atmosphere crackles with potential, as they govern the movements of both angels and, in turn, humanity. The interplay between love, wisdom, authority, and governance creates a tapestry of celestial dynamics that is both beautiful and complex. Each being fulfills a role, creating a hierarchy that reflects the order of the divine. Yet, what happens when these celestial beings interact? The seraphim, in their fiery passion, may clash with the stoic nature of the thrones. The cherubim's wisdom might offer counsel to the dominions, leading to decisions that could alter the fate of the mortal realm. Here lies the heart of celestial tension, where emotions rise and fall like the tides, and the essence of divine purpose hangs in balance. To understand the significance of the seraphim in this cosmic dance, one must look beyond their beauty. They represent the human longing for connection with the divine. Their flames mirror the human heart's desire for love, passion, and truth. In moments of despair, these celestial beings ignite a spark of hope, reminding humanity of the divine light that exists within each soul. While the cherubim guard the gates of understanding and the thrones and dominions maintain order, the seraphim offer a glimpse into the heart of God, a fire that never extinguishes, a love that never falters. The echoes of ancient texts weave together the stories of these beings, and each tale spins a thread that connects heaven and earth. In the great expanse of history, artists have captured the seraphim in soaring paintings, their wings outstretched and eyes ablaze with divine love. Musicians have composed symphonies inspired by the harmonies of their voices, longing to capture a fraction of their celestial beauty. Even in the darkest moments of human existence, when despair cloaks the heart, whispers of the seraphim remind the soul of its fiery potential. Yet, lurking beneath the surface lies a tension, a yearning for connection that transcends the boundaries of heaven and earth. Each celestial being holds a mirror to the human experience, revealing the depths of emotion that shape existence. The seraphim ignite a fire within, while the cherubim nurture wisdom, the thrones provide authority, and the dominions ensure order. Together, they create a celestial symphony, a divine dance that echoes through time, urging humanity to remember its own spark of divinity. The beauty of the seraphim and their celestial counterparts unfolds in layers that resonate with the heart. As each being plays its role, it becomes clear that the divine is not a distant force but an intricate web of emotions, guiding and shaping the universe. The interplay between these beings ignites questions that linger in the air. like the soft glow of twilight just before the night takes hold. What dreams and desires lie hidden within the hearts of these celestial beings? What stories remain untold in their celestial realms? The warmth of their presence beckons, urging humanity onward, deeper into the mysteries of existence, where passion, wisdom, authority, and purpose intertwine in an eternal dance of light and shadow. At the dawn of creation, when the universe was still an echo of thought, the seraphim soared through the heavens, their wings shimmering like molten gold in the light of the divine. They were not mere beings of light. They were the embodiment of love and knowledge, a chorus of fiery passion that sang the praises of God. Their presence ignited the imagination of poets and playwrights, painting vivid scenes of celestial beauty and divine conflict. The air crackled with the electric tension of their existence, a tension that has echoed through the ages. In the vivid landscapes of Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, the seraphim find their place among the celestial hierarchy, vast and awe-inspiring. Dante, with his quill poised over paper, conjured the profound experience of witnessing these angelic beings, wrapped in the glory of God's love. He wrote of their burning passion, a love so intense it could ignite the heavens. They were more than angels. They were the very essence of divine will, guiding the souls of the faithful toward redemption and illuminating the darkest corners of despair. Each wing beat resonated like a heartbeat of the universe, a reminder of the divine love that enveloped all creation. As Dante journeyed through paradise, he found himself in the company of these radiant beings, their faces reflecting the light of God, an unyielding blaze that burned away all doubt and fear. The seraphim hovered close, their voices rising in a symphony, each note a thread woven into the fabric of eternity. The beauty of their song pierced through Dante's soul, connecting him to the divine tapestry of existence in a way that was both thrilling and terrifying. The intensity of that encounter was more than just a glimpse of the ethereal. It was a challenge to the very essence of human understanding. Could mere mortals grasp the vastness of such heavenly love? Could they comprehend the fiery passion that drove the seraphim to worship endlessly? Dante's quill trembled as he described their eyes, ablaze with knowledge and compassion, a duality that left him breathless. There was fear, yes, but also an overwhelming desire to approach, to understand, to be enveloped by that celestial fire. Then came John Milton, whose pen ignited a new flame of literary brilliance in Paradise Lost. Milton painted the seraphim as fierce warriors, guardians of heaven's sanctity, caught in a cosmic battle against the forces of darkness. His portrayal was a tapestry of contrasts. They were both gentle guides and fierce protectors, standing at the forefront of a celestial war that determined the fate of humanity. The seraphim became symbols of unwavering loyalty, their love for God morphing into an unstoppable force, driving them to confront the chaos instigated by rebellion. Milton's words sang with passion as he described the magnificent wings of the seraphim, which were said to carry not only the weight of their divine duty, but also the burden of sorrow for the fallen. The sacred and the tragic intertwined. With every flap of their wings, they bore witness to the pain of lost souls, the anguish of a world torn asunder by pride and ambition. Their fiery hearts burned for redemption, not just for themselves but for all humanity, echoing through the void, a plea for forgiveness that transcended time. Meetings between mortals and the seraphim were rare but powerful. In Milton's work, angels descended to guide, challenge, and illuminate. Their presence was a spark that ignited the human spirit, a reminder of the light that could be found even in the darkest of places. They were the whisperers of hope, urging humanity to rise above despair, to seek the divine within themselves, and to strive for something greater. As they soared through the heavens, a sense of urgency pulsed around them. Time was fleeting, and the battle for souls raged on. The tension hung thick in the air, a reminder of the stakes involved. Every interaction with the seraphim was soaked in emotion, where the fear of judgment intertwined with the unquenchable desire for grace. Milton's voice echoed the struggles of each soul yearning for salvation, a reflection of the human condition steeped in doubt and aspiration. The seraphim, in their celestial wisdom, bore witness to every struggle, every spark of hope that flickered in the hearts of mortals. From Dante's revelations of divine love to Milton's fierce guardianship of heaven, the Seraphim became a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest aspirations and fears. They were more than just figures in the sky. They were symbols of the conflict that rages within each person, the constant pull between good and evil, knowledge and ignorance, love and despair. Their very existence urged all to confront the shadows that lingered behind every choice, to recognize the divine spark that resided within. As the celestial winds carried their song across the heavens, a haunting melody lingered in the air, whispering promises of redemption, hope, and the eternal quest for understanding. Every beat of their wings echoed with an unending cry, a prayer for humanity to rise, to embrace the light, and to never forget the power of love that transcends even the darkest of nights. Their luminous presence danced on the edge of reality, beckoning all who would listen to see beyond the veil of existence, to grasp the threads that bind them to the very heart of the cosmos. And so, the Seraphim continued their eternal vigil, their flames never extinguished, their passion never waning. As the pages of history turned, their stories interweaved with those of mortals, crafting a narrative that defied the passage of time. The echoes of their wings, the brilliance of their light, and the intensity of their love resonated through the ages, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope remained. With every word written, every heart touched, the Seraphim lived on, a testament to the unyielding power of divine love and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In the flickering light of the ancient temple, the air crackled with a palpable energy, as if the very fabric of the universe was straining to reveal its mysteries. A faint sound echoed through the vast stone halls, like the whispering of the wind through 1,000 leaves, drawing the faithful closer to the altar. This was a time when the mundane and the divine intertwined, when the presence of heavenly beings was felt more keenly than ever. Within this sacred space, the Seraphim hovered, unseen yet undeniably present. These radiant beings, with their 6 wings, flames of righteousness dancing around them, were the guardians of God's throne in the celestial realm. In the era of the Second Temple, they became symbols of purification and divine love, embodying the longing of the people for connection with the divine. Their very essence captivated the hearts and minds of worshippers, stirring a longing that pulsed through the temple like a heartbeat. One could almost see their fiery forms in the flickering shadows cast by the oil lamps. The Seraphim were not merely a distant concept. They were alive in the imaginations of the people. They ignited hope in the hearts of those who felt abandoned and ignited awe in those who sought to draw nearer to the Creator. The sacred text spoke of them, weaving tales of their service and their passion. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of His glory. They sang in perfect harmony, their voices resonating in the very marrow of existence. As the priests prepared their offerings, the thought of the Seraphim motivated their actions. They envisioned angels lifting their prayers to the heavens, wrapped in flames that purified every supplication. Could it be? Did their prayers truly ascend like smoke, embraced by these celestial beings? The desecration of the temple, the weight of oppression, and the yearning for redemption fueled their spirits. The people clung to the belief that these heavenly hosts were not just symbols, but active participants in the unfolding of their destinies. Stories echoed through the alleys and marketplaces, told by the firelight, where the young gathered, wide-eyed with wonder. They spoke of Isaiah's vision, where the prophet encountered the Seraphim, their wings brushing against the skies, forging a bridge between heaven and earth. "Woe is me," Isaiah cried, as the Seraphim touched his lips with a burning coal, cleansing him of his sins. Such tales ignited a fire in the hearts of the people. Could they, too, be purified and made holy? The thought was intoxicating, drawing them into a spiral of hope and desire. At the same time, shadows loomed over the horizon. The political unrest was palpable, and the people felt the weight of their struggles. Roman soldiers marched through the streets, their presence a stark reminder of oppression. Yet, in their desperation, they turned their eyes upward, seeking solace in the imagined wings of the Seraphim. They believed that these heavenly beings were allies in their fight for freedom, working tirelessly to intercede on their behalf. The fiery seraphim became symbols of an unyielding spirit, urging them to persevere in darkness. In the quiet moments of prayer, the faithful envisioned the seraphim encircling them, igniting their spirits with the fervor of divine love. The connection was electric, the kind that made the hair on one's arms stand up. They longed for visions, for encounters where the boundaries of the earthly realm blurred. Every flicker of candlelight felt like an invitation, a glimpse into the sacred. They whispered their hopes fervently, believing that the seraphim were listening, their fiery presence ever watchful. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the temple, the air became thick with anticipation. The evening sacrifices drew near, a ritual steeped in tradition and significance. The priests donned their garments, their hearts pounding with reverence. They believed that the flames of the altar mirrored the seraphim's fire, connecting them in a sacred dance of devotion. Each offering, each prayer, was a thread woven into the tapestry of their collective faith. Outside, the sounds of lamentation filled the air, a stark contrast to the serenity within the temple walls. The people longed for rescue, but faith burned brightly. They whispered stories of the seraphim, of their courage, and the promise of divine intervention. Even in hardship, they felt a flicker of hope, a belief that their cries were carried by those heavenly messengers. The ancient texts became a lifeline, each word a spark of reassurance lighting the way through the looming shadows. The tension of their longing crackled like thunder on the horizon. Would the seraphim descend and intervene? Would the divine fire consume their oppressors? Or would they remain trapped in the chains of despair? As each day unfolded, the people clung to their dreams, each prayer a flame reaching for the heavens, and in their hearts, the seraphim soared, ever vigilant, ever watchful. The temple became a sanctuary, not just of stone and sacrifice, but of hope and resilience. Each flicker of the flames was a reminder that the seraphim were more than just beings of light. They were the embodiment of a promise that whispered through the ages. In every heart that yearned for redemption, in every soul that sought truth, the seraphim lingered, their fiery essence woven into the very fabric of existence. As the shadows lengthened and the voices of the faithful intertwined with the echoes of the past, the story of the seraphim continued to unfold, a testament to the power of belief and the eternal dance between the divine and the mortal. In this sacred space, where the earthly met the celestial, the seraphim remained an ever-present reminder of what it meant to seek, to long, and to believe, igniting a fire that could never be extinguished. The air crackled with anticipation in the dimly lit chamber, where flickering candles cast long shadows on stone walls that had stood for centuries. Here, in a gathering of scholars and theologians, the weight of human understanding hung heavy. The age-old question echoed through the quiet. What are angels? Are they mere messengers of the divine? Or do they hold a more profound significance in the grand tapestry of creation? As the scholars leaned closer, the tension in the room thickened, as if the very essence of the debate was alive. The flicker of the candle flames seemed to sway to the rhythm of their heated opinions, each flicker a heartbeat of differing beliefs. Theologians spoke passionately, their words weaving a fabric of history that intertwined the lives of ancient prophets and revered saints. Everyone listened intently, each voice a thread pulling at the fabric of faith and understanding. From the corner, an elderly man with a white beard, a scholar of the ancient texts, rose slowly. His eyes sparkled like the night sky as he recounted the stories of Seraphim, the fiery beings who encircled the throne of God, singing praises in voices that resonated through the heavens. These creatures, radiant and pure, possess an intensity that can scorch the soul, he murmured, his voice trembling with emotion. The others held their breath, captivated by the vivid imagery he conjured. In their minds, they could almost see the flickering light of their wings, the embrace of divine fire. Across the table, a younger theologian, eager yet uncertain, challenged him. But what of the lower orders? The archangels and their roles, specifically Gabriel and Michael? Are they not the embodiment of strength and guidance? They carry messages of hope to a weary world. His argument hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken beliefs. The elder scholar nodded, acknowledging the fervor of youth, but the warmth of his gaze softened into gravity. The debate shifted like a tide, pulling at the core of their convictions. Another voice rose, a woman, her hands trembling slightly as she spoke. Isn't it the hierarchy itself that speaks to the divine order? From the lowest of angels, the regular angels who walk among us, to the highest, the archangels, it creates a divine chain of command. Each has its place, each its purpose. Her conviction sparked a wave of nods, but also a ripple of dissent. The discussion swirled like autumn leaves in a storm. The name of Thomas Aquinas echoed through the room, a titan of thought who had laid the groundwork for the understanding of angelic nature. The angels are pure intellect, free from the bonds of physical form. One scholar quoted, his eyes wide with reverence, "They are creatures of grace, untainted by sin." The notion sent shivers down the spines of the listeners, for how could beings of such purity interact with a world marred by human frailty? Yet, the darkness couldn't be ignored. Another voice spoke of the fallen angels, their rebellion and the tragic fall of Lucifer. The room fell silent, an electric tension in the air as the specter of betrayal loomed large. What does it mean when beings created from light turn to darkness? The very thought sent tremors through their hearts. They pondered, could the struggle between good and evil be personified in the celestial battle between angels and their fallen kin? With each argument, more layers of belief peeled away, revealing the raw, unvarnished essence of faith. The concepts of hierarchy tangled with notions of free will. Was it possible that angels, despite their divine origin, were capable of choice? The scholars exchanged glances, hearts racing as they contemplated the implications. The air thickened with excitement and fear, the essence of the divine woven into the fabric of their discussion. A tapestry of faith stretched taut over the abyss of the unknown. As night deepened, the candles flickered lower, illuminating the faces of those gathered in the chamber. Voices rose and fell, a symphony of belief and doubt, weaving a narrative steeped in history. The tales of angels guiding nations, whispering truths to prophets, and bringing comfort to the broken filled the space, sending chills down spines and igniting flames of hope. Each story a reminder of the unseen, the ethereal forces that danced just beyond the veil of human experience. Sweat beads formed on brows, the passion of the discussion igniting a fervor that could not be contained. The debate was not merely academic. It was a matter of the soul. They wrestled with concepts that had shaped the foundations of faith for centuries. Would the angels remain forever a mystery, or could they be understood through the lens of faith and history? Then, as if summoned by their fervor, a soft sound echoed from the chamber's entrance, a whisper of wings brushing against the air. The room fell silent, the tension shifting like a pulse, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the angels themselves were listening. A shiver coursed through the gathering, a tangible reminder of their fragile connection to the divine. The walls seemed to breathe with the weight of their quest for understanding, binding them in a shared longing that transcended time. In that moment, the room became a sanctuary of thought where doubts and beliefs intermingled, creating a space where the divine and human blurred. Questions loomed like shadows, each one sparking a new flame of inquiry. If angels were to guide humanity, what role did they play in each individual's life? Did they watch over the weary, the lost, and the hopeless, or did they simply stand as distant observers of human folly? The air was electric, charged with the weight of their exploration. The boundary between the sacred and the mundane grew thin, as if the veil that separated the two was now a gossamer thread, ready to be pulled apart. Each question pushed them further into the depths of their collective consciousness, unraveling the complex tapestry of belief that had bound humanity for centuries. And just as the final candle flickered, casting a warm glow over their earnest faces, the room erupted with renewed passion. Ideas bounced off the walls, sparking a fire that illuminated the darkness surrounding their understanding of angels. Their souls yearned for answers, and the quest for truth stretched ahead, beckoning them into the unknown. The discussions began to swirl anew, weaving intricate patterns of thought, drawing them deeper into exploration. The night was young, and with it came the promise of revelations yet to unfold. The flickering flame of inquiry ignited a deeper discussion. What could possibly await them next in their exploration of the unseen realms above? The air was thick with possibility, each scholar feeling the pull of destiny, an unquenchable thirst for understanding that would not let them rest. In a dimly lit room of a nondescript church, shadows flickered as a candle sputtered, casting eerie shapes upon the stone walls. A group of men, cloaked in somber robes, gathered in hushed tones, their faces etched with worry and hope. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful refrain echoing the turmoil that gripped Europe. The air was thick with tension, every heartbeat a reminder of the monumental changes that awaited them. These were not just men. They were souls burdened by centuries of tradition, called to challenge the very fabric of their faith. Within this sacred space, a fervent debate unfolded. The flickering flame illuminated the figure of Martin Luther, a man whose words would soon ignite a firestorm of belief. His heart raced as he spoke of grace, of faith alone, tearing down the walls erected by church dogma. Yet, lurking in the corners of his mind was the haunting image of the Seraphim, fiery beings, the highest order of angels, often depicted with 6 wings and a passion for the divine. They were symbols of purity and transformation, embodiments of a love that transcended mortal understanding. But now, in the throes of the Reformation, what did their presence mean? Luther's voice rose, filled with righteous indignation as he recounted the tales of Seraphim, guardians of a truth long hidden beneath layers of corruption. They were not just creatures of glory. They were witnesses to the suffering of humanity, reminding the faithful of their connection to the divine. And yet, in the Church's relentless pursuit of power, their significance had been overshadowed. The air crackled as he spoke, and his followers felt a chill run down their spines, a shiver of recognition. They, too, had seen the Seraphim in their dreams, felt their presence in moments of despair and longing. As the night deepened, the men shared stories, their voices rising and falling like the flames of the candle. Each anecdote breathed life into the Seraphim's role in their spiritual awakening. One spoke of a vision where he was lifted into the heavens, surrounded by angels, their wings aflame with celestial light. In that moment of transcendence, he felt the burdens of sin fall away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of love and acceptance. Tears glistened in his eyes as he recounted the experience. It was a glimpse of hope in a world cloaked in darkness. The significance of the Seraphim was not merely theological. It was profoundly personal. Each man present felt the weight of the institution's oppression, the smothering of their spirits under stringent doctrines. The Seraphim stood as messengers of change, urging them to break free from the chains of fear and guilt. They were symbols of a new understanding that would reshape their faith. With every word spoken, the flicker of the candle danced, echoing the growing flame in their hearts. They could almost hear the Seraphim's cries, urging them onward, calling them to embrace a new vision of God. But as dawn approached, uncertainty loomed over them like a storm cloud. What would happen when they stepped out of the shadows? Would they be met with the same old doctrines that chained them, or would they uncover a path illuminated by the sacred fire of the Seraphim? The men felt a collective shiver, the weight of history pressing heavily upon their shoulders. Would they be the voices that echoed through time, or would they fade into the annals of forgotten dreams? The sound of footsteps echoed outside the church, breaking the intensity of their discussion. A group of armed men, sent by the church, approached, their presence a dark omen. The radical ideas born from their discussions now posed a grave danger. The men's hearts raced, adrenaline surging as they exchanged fearful glances. Would the Seraphim protect them, or were they stepping into the jaws of martyrdom? The flickering candle seemed to sense their tension, wavering as if the divine beings themselves were present, watching, waiting. And then, with a sudden burst of courage, one of the men stood up. "We will not be silenced," he declared, his voice strong and unwavering. The others rallied around him, a wave of conviction washing over them as they realized that the Seraphim were not just distant figures of lore. They were within them, sparking a fierce determination. The Seraphim's fire had ignited their souls, and now they were ready to face whatever came next. Outside the church, the dawn broke, casting golden rays of light over the land as if the heavens themselves were heralding a new era. The men stepped outside, hearts pounding, ready to confront the world that awaited them. The sun bathed them in its warmth, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though the Seraphim were soaring overhead, their wings aglow, whispering promises of hope and renewal. But the road ahead was fraught with peril. The church was no longer a sanctuary. It was a formidable fortress. The men knew that with every step they took, they risked not just their lives but the very foundation of a faith that had been built on the backs of generations. They felt the weight of history upon them, the burden of countless souls who had come before, yearning for a truth that had been obscured. Would they find it or succumb to the very darkness they sought to escape? As they moved forward, the fiery essence of the Seraphim lingered in the air, electrifying their spirits, urging them onward. With every heartbeat, they felt the echoes of those who had dared to dream, those who had cried out for change, for a faith that embraced love over fear. In that moment of unity, they realized they were not alone. They were part of a movement that would ripple through the ages, challenging the status quo and igniting the flames of reformation across Europe. The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows behind them as they forged ahead into the unknown. Their voices rose in unison, a hymn of defiance and hope, summoning the Seraphim's strength to guide them. The air was thick with possibility, each moment pregnant with the potential for transformation. They were no longer just men cloaked in robes. They were warriors of faith, ready to wield the sword of truth against the darkness of oppression. And as they marched forward, the Seraphim soared above, a radiant presence illuminating their path, whispering secrets of love and redemption. The story was far from over. It was just beginning, a tapestry woven with threads of courage, hope, and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to believe in a new dawn. The air crackled with anticipation as candlelight flickered against the grand walls of a Baroque cathedral, illuminating elaborate gilded altars that seemed to reach toward the heavens. A hush fell over the crowd, every soul entranced by the promise of something divine. In the center of it all, a stunning image captured their collective gaze. A seraph, radiant and powerful, wings unfurled like a burst of sunlight piercing dark clouds. This was not merely a painting. It was a window into the celestial, inviting the onlookers to feel the brush of angelic wings against their skin. In the early 17th century, amidst the swell of human emotion, Baroque art and music emerged as a vivid expression of faith and passion. Artists like Caravaggio and Bernini pushed boundaries, infusing their works with an intensity that mirrored the very struggles of the human spirit. They sought to evoke visceral feelings, pulling viewers into a drama where heaven and earth intertwined. The Seraphim portrayed in their works were more than mere figures. They were embodiments of divine love, grace, and the weight of salvation. Caravaggio's masterful use of light illuminated the seraph's face, capturing a moment of pure ecstasy. Viewers could almost hear the rustle of feathers as the figure reached out, beckoning them closer. Each stroke of the brush was a heartbeat, an echo of the divine presence that permeated the artist's very being. The vibrant colors radiated warmth and energy, crafting an emotional landscape that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. In the same breath, the music of the Baroque period swirled around these images, complementing the visual splendor. Composers like Johann Sebastian Bach and George Friedrich Handel harnessed the power of sound to evoke similar emotional responses. Their compositions resonated like the flutter of seraphim wings, soaring through the hearts of listeners, tugging at the very strings of their souls. Each note, meticulously crafted, was laden with meaning, transporting audiences to a place where earthly sorrows melted away. A performance of Bach's Mass in B minor was an experience unlike any other. The choir, a celestial chorus, filled the expansive space with harmonies that intertwined like the very wings of the seraphim. Voices rose together, creating a flood of sound that enveloped the audience. Each crescendo built a bridge to the divine, a reminder of life's fragility and the hope that lay beyond. Those present felt tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed by the beauty that surged through every fiber of their being. The architectural marvels of the Baroque period added another layer to this experience. Churches and concert halls were designed to echo sound, their domes curving overhead like the wings of the seraphim themselves, amplifying the music to a transcendent level. The grandeur of the surroundings heightened every emotion, making joy feel euphoric and sorrow resonate deeply. It was as if the very walls were alive, echoing the prayers and praises of generations past. Each painting, each musical note, was a call to the divine. Artists and composers alike were inspired by a world where faith and art collided in spectacular fashion. They poured their own struggles, their hopes, and their dreams into their craft, creating a vibrant tapestry of expression. As the Baroque period wore on, the themes of love and redemption became even more pronounced, as if the seraphim themselves were whispering secrets into the minds of those who dared to create. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, the role of the seraphim evolved once more. They became symbols of transformation, representing not only divine love, but also the trials of humanity. The struggles depicted in paintings, such as those by Rubens, showcased the dance between light and shadow, the eternal conflict between good and evil that lay within every heart. The seraphim, with their fiery presence, were both guardians and guides, calling forth courage in moments of despair. In these moments of artistic expression, one could almost hear the seraphim singing, an ethereal sound that transcended time itself. The sweet, high notes soared above the earthly realm, blending with the deep, resonant tones of the lower voices, creating a symphony that seemed to linger just out of reach, a haunting reminder of the beauty and complexity of existence. The music and art of this period were not mere decorations. They were lifelines connecting humanity to something greater. Underneath the splendor, a tension brewed. The world was changing, and the Baroque artists were acutely aware of the fragility of life. The 30 Years' War loomed, casting a shadow over the continent. Yet, in the face of chaos, the seraphim stood as beacons of hope, inspiring artists to create works that would transcend time. They infused their paintings with a sense of urgency, their compositions laden with the weight of the world's pain, but also with a promise of redemption. As the candlelight flickered and the last notes of a symphony faded into the night, the audience found themselves in a moment of profound silence. The seraphim continued to watch over them, their ethereal forms etched into the very fabric of their memories. People left the cathedral with hearts racing, transformed by the experience, each carrying a piece of the divine. In the days that followed, the influence of the Baroque period spread like wildfire, igniting creativity and passion across Europe. The seraphim became symbols of inspiration, urging artists to explore the depths of human experience. Every brushstroke, every note, was a testament to the intertwining of faith and artistry, a reminder that even amid darkness, the light of the divine could shine through. The echo of the seraphim's call was undeniable, a promise of beauty awaiting those who dared to listen. As stories of their grace and power traveled from town to town, it became clear that the Baroque period had birthed something timeless. The emotions stirred within those who experienced it would ripple through generations, a thread binding the past to the present, forever intertwined in a dance of art and music that knew no end. The flicker of candlelight danced against the walls of a dimly lit parlor, casting shadows that twisted and turned like whispers of the past. A group of men and women sat, their faces illuminated by both the glow of the flames and the fervor of their ideas. Philosophers, scientists, and mystics gathered under one roof, each carrying their own truths like sacred relics. Outside, the world was awakening to the promise of reason and logic. Yet within these walls, another force simmered, an otherworldly presence, as ethereal as the seraphim themselves. In this age, where rationalism flourished, the very fabric of society began to stretch and fray at the edges as the age-old battle between reason and mysticism raged on. The Enlightenment had ushered in a wave of thought that celebrated clarity and empirical evidence, yet deep within the hearts of many lay an insatiable yearning for the divine, a hunger for the mystical that could not be easily extinguished. The seraphim, those celestial beings often depicted with radiant wings and hearts ablaze, became symbols of this tension. They represented truth that transcended earthly understanding, a glimpse of the divine that reason could not fully grasp. In the corner of the room, a young woman named Eliza listened intently, her heart racing as she absorbed the fervor around her. She had witnessed the debates of the night unfold, the clash of ideas echoing in her mind like thunder. On one side, the rationalists, armed with facts and logic, argued that knowledge could only be found through observation and reason. "The mind is the only guide we need," proclaimed a towering figure, his voice booming like a war horn, his eyes alight with fervor. He spoke of Newton's laws and the power of the human intellect, painting a picture of a world where science held the keys to all mysteries. Yet, like an undercurrent in a raging river, the voices of the mystics rose, soft but insistent. They spoke of intuition, of dreams, and of the unseen forces that guided human souls. "What of the heart?" countered an elderly man with a gentle gaze, whose hands trembled with the wisdom of age. "What of the spirits that linger just beyond our reach? Can you measure love? Can you quantify faith?" The air crackled with tension, an electric pulse that set Eliza's skin alight. She felt the weight of these opposing forces, each vying for dominance in a world that teetered on the edge of transformation. As the night deepened, the discussions grew more fervent, voices rising and falling like a symphony of chaos. Eliza's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the arguments, each point and counterpoint a note in a grand orchestral piece. She felt torn between the allure of reason and the seductive whispers of the mystical. The glories of rational thought shimmered in her mind, yet the Seraphim's call echoed in her soul. Were they not the embodiment of what lay beyond human understanding, the divine spark that science could never fully encapsulate? Suddenly, a crash of thunder punctuated the night, rattling the windows and silencing the room for a heartbeat. Outside, the storm raged, its fury mirroring the tumult within. Lightning illuminated the sky, casting fleeting shadows that danced like the wings of angels. Eliza stood, drawn to the window, feeling the electricity in the air. As she gazed out, she imagined the Seraphim soaring above, their wings spread wide, embracing the chaos of the storm. They were a reminder that beauty could exist in the unknown, that there was more to life than what could be seen or measured. Among the gathered, a young man named Thomas rose, his voice trembling yet passionate. "What if," he began, "the Seraphim are not just figments of imagination but reflections of our own potential? What if they represent the bridge between what we know and what we strive to understand?" The room fell silent, each person hanging on his words, caught in the web of possibility he wove. Our rational minds are but one part of the equation. The heart, the spirit, they are just as vital. Eliza's heart fluttered. She felt a surge of hope, a flicker of understanding that perhaps reason and mysticism were not enemies but allies. The Seraphim could exist in both realms, guiding humanity in the pursuit of knowledge while also igniting the flame of wonder. Her breath quickened as she envisioned a world where the two could coexist, where the heart could dance alongside the mind in a harmonious duet of discovery. But before she could voice her thoughts, the elderly man spoke again, his voice low yet filled with urgency. "This battle, dear friends, is not merely philosophical. It is a reflection of our very souls. If we allow one to dominate the other, we risk losing something profound. The mystics remind us that there is magic in the world, a beauty that reason often overlooks." As he spoke, Eliza felt the walls around her pulse with ancient energy, as if the very air was charged with the presence of the Seraphim themselves. They were there, not just in tales of old, but in the essence of every debate, every passionate plea for understanding. They hovered in the space between rational thought and mystical belief, waiting for humanity to recognize their existence. The storm outside roared, the wind howling like a chorus of lost souls seeking solace in the chaos. Eliza turned back to the group, her eyes blazing with conviction. She could feel the shift in the room, as if the very atmosphere was poised to change. The clash of reason and mysticism was not a war to be won, but a dance to be embraced, a tapestry woven with threads of both truth and wonder. And just as the tension reached its peak, The parlor door flew open, revealing a figure cloaked in shadows. Gasps filled the air, and Eliza's heart raced as she felt the weight of anticipation settle upon them all. The stranger stepped into the flickering light, bringing with them a sense of urgency that sent shivers down her spine. Yet, before she could decipher their intentions, the figure raised a hand, silencing the crowd, their eyes glinting with an otherworldly knowledge that promised to unravel the very fabric of what they thought they knew. In the flickering light of a candlelit chapel, shadows danced along the walls, creating a haunting yet beautiful atmosphere. The air was thick with incense, each waft stirring memories of ancient rituals, whispered prayers, and a yearning for the divine. A soft murmur echoed through the space, voices joined in song, their melodies rising higher and higher, as if reaching for something beyond the mundane, a longing that was as old as time itself. Among the congregation sat a young woman, her heart pounding in rhythm with the hymn, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She felt an unseen presence enveloping her. It was the Seraphim, not just a distant memory from biblical texts, but a vivid part of her spiritual journey. Throughout history, Seraphim have been depicted as fiery beings, beloved and feared for their proximity to God. Intriguingly, artists in the Renaissance captured their essence through swirling clouds of color, brilliant flames, and celestial harmonies that transcended earthly understanding. The early church fathers spoke of them as the highest order of angels, beings of pure love and light, whose very essence was to worship and serve God. But in contemporary Christianity, the interpretation of seraphim has taken on new meaning, shifting from distant abstract figures to tangible aspects of faith. As the young woman sat in the pew, she recalled a recent sermon that had ignited her curiosity. The pastor, a passionate speaker with a heart for the divine, had woven a narrative that linked the ancient with the modern. He spoke of love that burns brightly, of zeal that inspires action, and of sacrificial service that mirrors the seraphim. Each word wrapped around her, igniting a spark deep within her soul. The seraphim were not mere figures from long ago. They were alive in the hearts of believers today, urging them to rise above their struggles, to reach for a higher purpose, and to love fiercely in a world that often felt cold. Outside the chapel, the world continued its frantic pace, but in that sacred space, time seemed to suspend. The woman felt connected to a lineage that stretched back to the very dawn of creation. She thought of the countless people before her who had sought the presence of the seraphim through prayer and worship, their hopes and dreams intertwining in an eternal tapestry of faith, each soul contributing their own thread, creating a vibrant picture of devotion. The seraphim, with their burning love, served as a reminder that no one walks this path alone. The divine is always present, always guiding. In churches across the globe, the modern interpretation of the seraphim is often celebrated through art, music, and community service. Artists create vibrant murals depicting these celestial beings, portraying them not just as guardians, but as harbingers of hope. Musicians compose anthems that elevate the soul, echoing the seraphim's joyous song, a reminder that their message is one of unfiltered love and grace. Social movements inspired by the call of the seraphim drive believers into action, urging them to serve those who are suffering, to reach out to the marginalized, and to bring light into the darkest corners of the world. Every time she heard the story of the seraphim, the young woman felt a swell of inspiration, a gentle call to rise above her fears, to embrace her own burning passion for justice and compassion. She thought of how the seraphim's fire was not meant to consume but to transform. This flame, as fierce as it was beautiful, beckoned her to live boldly, to embody the very love that the seraphim represented. The emotions coursed through her, a mix of fear and exhilaration. What if she stepped into that light? What if she allowed herself to be changed? In the stillness of her thoughts, she envisioned the faces of those who had walked a similar path, saints who had devoted their lives to serving others, risking their own comfort to spread a message of love. They, too, had felt the pull of the seraphim, guiding them to transform chaos into order and despair into hope. Each story she learned echoed in her heart, a crescendo of inspiration urging her to take the next step, to share that divine spark with the world. As the final notes of the hymn reverberated through the chapel, she opened her eyes and looked around. Beneath the warm glow of candlelight, she saw fellow worshippers, some weary, some hopeful, all longing for connection. In that moment, the veil between heaven and earth seemed thin, the presence of the seraphim palpable in their shared experience. Was it possible that their collective prayers, their hopes and dreams, formed a choir that resonated with the very essence of the divine? Her heart raced as she considered the broader implications. If the seraphim were an active force in the lives of contemporary believers, guiding and inspiring their actions, what would that mean for the future of faith? Would the world see a new generation of devoted souls, emboldened by the call of these fiery beings? Would they rise up to create communities of love, compassion, and service, embodying the very essence of the seraphim? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The weight of their gathering felt heavier with purpose. The pastor raised his arms, inviting all to come forward to answer the call of the seraphim. The invitation hung in the air, electric and alive. The young woman felt a surge of emotion, fear, excitement, hope, thrumming in her veins. Each heartbeat urged her to join, to commit to a path of fiery love and passionate service. In that moment, she understood that the story of the seraphim was not just a tale to be told, but a reality waiting to be embraced. The time for transformation was now. With every step she took, she could feel her own heart igniting. The seraphim were there, guiding her, urging her to take a leap of faith. She was not alone. They were with her, in the hearts of everyone gathered, whispering the promise of a brighter tomorrow. The call of the seraphim echoed, drawing her closer, filling her with the fervor to serve, to love, and to shine brightly in a world that so desperately needed it. As she approached the altar, the air shimmered with divine energy, a tangible reminder that the sacred and the everyday intertwine. The seraphim were not just a distant memory. They were here, alive and active, fueling the fire of faith in every heart that dared to believe. And as she moved forward, the congregation behind her began to rise, a living testament to the power of love, unity, and the unyielding call of the seraphim, a call she could no longer resist. A blinding light pierced the dark clouds, illuminating the figures that hovered above the world of men. Wings like the sun's rays unfurled in breathtaking splendor, each feather a delicate brushstroke of divine artistry. This wasn't just a vision for those contemplating faith. It was the essence of the seraphim, the fiery beings that have captivated minds for centuries. Their presence has slipped through the cracks of time and into the pages of literature and frames of film, igniting imaginations and stirring emotions. In John Milton's Paradise Lost, the seraphim emerge not merely as heavenly beings, but as icons of beauty and terror alike. Their voices resonate like thunder in the skies, echoing through the tumultuous battle of heaven. Milton depicts them with a grace that combines splendor with an unsettling power. They aren't just messengers. They are warriors, fierce protectors of divine order, with a beauty that could just as easily inspire awe as it could invoke fear. Readers can almost feel the heat radiating from their fiery forms, a reminder of the passion and peril that come with their celestial duties. Fast forward to the modern realm of film. The seraphim's majestic essence has found a new canvas in movies that push the boundaries of storytelling. Films like Legion transform these divine beings into fierce protectors of humanity, showcasing their struggle against the darkness threatening to engulf the world. In this portrayal, the seraphim carry the weight of human emotions, their divine purpose intertwined with raw, intense feelings of love, sacrifice, and loss. As the hero faces insurmountable odds, the seraphim's fiery wings become a symbol of hope, their presence a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light can prevail. Yet not all representations of the seraphim are noble. In literature and film, they sometimes become harbingers of chaos rather than peace. In the graphic novels of Neil Gaiman's The Sandman, seraphim are woven into the fabric of dreams and despair, with their celestial beauty cloaked in shadows. Gaiman's interpretation juxtaposes their divine origin against the gritty realities of human existence. The seraphim become complex characters, embodying both light and dark, their motivations blurred and their actions echoing the struggles of the mortal realm. This duality captures the audience, leaving them breathless and longing for resolution amid the chaos. As the stories unfold, these celestial beings evoke deep emotions: loneliness, longing, and an unquenchable thirst for understanding. In contemporary literature, authors grapple with the concept of the Seraphim, exploring their existential dilemmas. Characters encounter these heavenly beings in moments of desperation, seeking their guidance to navigate the tumult of life. It's a stark reminder of the human condition. In our darkest hours, we often look to the heavens, hoping for a spark of divine intervention. The Seraphim, with their radiant glow, stand as eternal symbols of that hope, a light in the shadows. With each retelling, the Seraphim's story evolves, seamlessly blending with themes of redemption and forgiveness. In movies like The Prophecy, Christopher Walken's chilling portrayal of an angel brings an unsettling twist. The Seraphim, once seen as pure and benevolent, become instruments of a divine plan laden with moral ambiguity. Walken's character embodies a haunting elegance, inviting viewers to confront their own beliefs about good and evil. The tension builds, creating a palpable sense of dread as audiences wonder whether the Seraphim are truly the guardians of humanity or simply agents of a more complex cosmic order. In the world of anime, the Seraphim take on new forms entirely, often depicted as ethereal beings entangled in the lives of flawed heroes. In series like Neon Genesis Evangelion, their presence serves as a catalyst for character development. Here, the Seraphim symbolize the struggles of the human soul, their celestial forms contrasting sharply with the deep emotional scars of the characters. The audience feels each character's pain and confusion, mirrored by the Seraphim's distant, yet intimately intertwined existence. It's a heart-wrenching dance between divine power and human vulnerability, leaving viewers with a profound sense of yearning. The portrayal of the Seraphim in popular culture doesn't shy away from the darker aspects of existence. In some narratives, they are seen as antagonists, embodiments of judgment and retribution. Films like The Da Vinci Code spin their wings into complex conspiracies that question faith, morality, and the very fabric of reality. The Seraphim here serve as a reminder of the weight of ancient beliefs and how they can twist into something terrifying when examined too closely. Each flutter of their wings whispers secrets of the ages, and the tension builds as characters grapple with the consequences of uncovering truths long buried. Even in children's literature, the Seraphim find their place, often portrayed with a whimsical charm that softens their fierce nature. In tales where they become guides for young heroes, their radiant forms illuminate paths through darkness, planting seeds of courage in tender hearts. These stories remind us that even the most powerful beings can have gentle souls, and in those moments of innocence, the Seraphim shine brightest. The allure of the Seraphim transcends mere storytelling. They resonate with the essence of human emotion, our fears, our hopes, our eternal search for meaning in a chaotic universe. Each tale, whether it whispers of their grace or shouts of their wrath, draws from a deep well of historical and spiritual context. They are not just figures of divine mythology. They are reflective of our innermost struggles and desires. As the narrative weaves through the theater of human existence, the Seraphim remain steadfast, their wings fluttering at the edges of reality, beckoning with a promise. The tension lingers, drawing the audience further, eager for the next heartbeat, the next revelation. The story of the Seraphim, rich with emotion and complexity, is far from over. Their glow casts a shadow that hints at untold truths yet to unfold, and as the light flickers, it beckons the next chapter to begin. In the dim light of an ancient temple, the flickering flames cast long shadows on the weathered stone walls, whispers of a long-forgotten world. The air crackled with an energy that seemed to pulse with life, as if the very stones were breathing. It was here, amidst the dance of fire, that the Seraphim, the celestial beings said to be formed of pure flame, drew their power. Each flicker of the flames was a silent hymn, a testament to a divine presence that transcended the earthly realm. The Seraphim, often depicted with 6 wings, were guardians of the heavenly throne, their bodies wreathed in an unquenchable fire. This was no ordinary fire. It symbolized divine love, purity, and the fierce intensity of God's presence. Historically, the imagery of flames was prevalent throughout ancient cultures, often representing both destruction and rebirth, a duality that the seraphim embodied. The flames that crowned their heads seemed to echo the burning bush that Moses encountered, a reminder of the divine calling that ignites the spirit and compels one to action. As the flames danced, they told stories that spanned centuries. In the book of Isaiah, the prophet had a vision of these fiery beings, proclaiming the holiness of God. The overwhelming sight inspired reverence and awe, sparking an understanding that the seraphim were not just messengers, but the very agents of divine fire. Their song, "Holy, Holy, Holy," resonated through history, a chilling echo that tugged at the soul, inviting those who heard it to reflect on their own lives and the sacred. To the ancients, fire was a potent symbol. The Greeks viewed it as a sacred element, revered by figures like Prometheus, who stole it from the gods to gift humanity with knowledge. This act of defiance ignited a flame of curiosity and ambition, and in many ways, the seraphim represented that same fierce passion, an eternal flame burning within the hearts of those who sought truth and enlightenment. The fire of the seraphim was not just a physical phenomenon, but also a metaphor for the inner burning desire for connection with the divine. In medieval Christianity, the seraphim were often depicted in art, their fiery nature captured in vivid strokes of red and gold. Artists portrayed them not merely as beings of light, but as fierce guardians, their flames serving both to illuminate and to purify. The symbolism of flames in this context evoked a sense of danger and safety, a reminder that divine love could consume the unworthy, yet also cleanse those who sought redemption. Paintings from this time period displayed seraphim surrounding the cross, their fire lighting the path to salvation, a chilling yet comforting reminder of the weight of sacrifice. But the flames also carried a warning. They were not to be trifled with. The fire of the seraphim could burn away the dross of the soul. This notion found its echoes in the trials of the faithful throughout history, the martyrs who stood firm in the face of persecution, their spirits aflame with unwavering conviction. Such flames ignited revolutions, inspired movements, and sparked the hearts of believers to fight against oppression. The symbolism of fire in these narratives reflected both the ferocity of faith and the vulnerability of humanity. In the writings of mystics, the seraphim were often associated with transcendent experiences, moments when the divine seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. These encounters were marked by an overwhelming sense of love, a heat that drove away despair and lit the way forward. Flames became a language of the heart, a way to articulate the inexpressible joy of knowing the Creator. The warmth of these heavenly beings was said to ignite the soul, leaving individuals forever changed, even as they returned to the mundane world. Yet, the flames were also reminders of the fragility of existence. The ancient Greeks believed that fire was a purifying force, one that could both destroy and regenerate. It was in this duality that the symbolism of the seraphim's fire found its most profound expression. The flames did not merely signify divine wrath. They also heralded the possibility of transformation. Through trials, tribulations, and even suffering, one could emerge with a new spirit, forged in the fires of adversity. As the flames flickered in the temple, they seemed to call out, inviting all who gazed upon them to confront their own inner fires. Each flame, a reflection of desires, dreams, and fears, flickered with the promise of potential. The seraphim's fire was not just for the holy or the righteous. It burned for everyone, beckoning them to step closer, to embrace their own spark of divinity. It whispered of the courage found in vulnerability, the strength that emerges when one allows the flames to purify and guide them. In countless stories throughout history, the seraphim's fire became a source of inspiration for poets, philosophers, and dreamers alike. Their vivid imagery sparked imaginations and ignited the hearts of many who craved a deeper connection to the divine. The flames flickered in candlelit vigils, during silent prayers, and in the passionate cries of those yearning for justice. They became symbols of hope, illuminating the darkest nights and lighting the way for generations. And so, as the flickering flames danced in the temple, a rich tapestry of history unfurled before those who dared to look closely. The stories of the Seraphim and their fire intertwined with the lives of countless souls, reminding them of the unyielding power of love, sacrifice, and transformation. The air shimmered with possibility, each flame a spark that could ignite a revolution within the heart. The embers glowed brighter, casting their warmth upon the gathered souls, urging them forward into the unknown. The Seraphim's fire was alive, a force that would not be ignored, beckoning each person to embrace the flames of their own existence and to rise, transformed. In the flickering shadows of an ancient cathedral, the air thick with incense and whispered prayers, the Seraphim stood, fiery beings of light, their presence both overwhelming and tender. Wings like radiant flames spread wide, shimmering in hues of gold and crimson, casting a warm glow that illuminated the hallowed stones beneath them. Each beat of their wings whispered secrets of love that transcended the mortal realm, echoing through the vastness of time. Among the faithful kneeling on the cold marble floor, a young woman named Alara felt tears brim in her eyes. She was drawn to the Seraphim, captivated by the promise of a love so pure, so profound that it seemed to weave through the very fabric of existence. Stories had danced in her mind since childhood, tales of these celestial beings who hovered close to the throne of God, guardians of divine love itself. In the flickering candlelight, she longed to grasp even a fragment of their essence. Alara's heart raced as she recalled the words of an ancient scholar, a man named Pseudo-Dionysius, who had written of the Seraphim long ago. He described them as the highest order of angels, their very name meaning the burning ones. This burning was not merely a fire, but a passionate love, an unquenchable longing that compelled them to serve the divine will. It was said that to look upon a seraph's face was to gaze into the very heart of love itself, a love that could ignite and consume, yet comfort and uplift. As she sat there, Alara felt the weight of those words sink into her soul, igniting a yearning that both thrilled and terrified her. The cathedral's bells tolled, resonating through the air like distant thunder, and in that moment, the atmosphere shifted. A sudden gust of wind swept through the nave, swirling around Alara as if the Seraphim themselves were descending. She felt an electric charge, a connection that transcended the ordinary, a fleeting glimpse of the divine love that had inspired poets and mystics for centuries. Her breath caught in her throat as the air thickened with an otherworldly energy, and she could almost hear the Seraphim whispering her name, inviting her closer to the sacred truth of their existence. As Alara's gaze lifted, she imagined the celestial hierarchy, the vast expanse of heavenly beings woven into the very essence of creation. Each order had its purpose, yet the Seraphim stood apart, exuding a love that was both fierce and gentle. These beings were said to be the torchbearers of divine wisdom, lighting the path for those lost in darkness. They were the embodiment of love that does not waver, a love that persists even in the face of adversity. The stories of their fiery devotion leaped to life in her mind, painting vivid pictures of their celestial dance around the throne of God. A sudden movement snapped Alara from her reverie. A flicker of flame shot across the dimly lit chamber, and she gasped. It was as if a seraph had descended, casting a warm glow over her. The sensation was immediate and profound. Love enveloped her like a soft blanket, wrapping her in warmth that soothed her soul. In that instant, she understood that the Seraphim were not just beings of the heavens, but the very essence of love that flowed through the universe. The warmth of divine love surged through her veins, igniting her spirit with hope and joy. In the annals of history, the Seraphim had been depicted in art and literature as both terrifying and beautiful, their love a paradox that captured the imagination. The great Renaissance artists, inspired by the fervor of their faith, painted them with sweeping brush strokes as they soared through the skies, embodying the transformative power of love. The great poet Dante, too, had written of their celestial flames in the Divine Comedy, describing how their love, like a river of light, could cleanse the soul and bring it closer to God. But beneath the awe and reverence lay a lingering question. How could mere mortals grasp such a profound and divine love? Alara closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of creation that resonated through her very being. It was a love that liberated the spirit, a love that taught forgiveness, compassion, and understanding. Memories of her own struggles, her heartaches and triumphs, surfaced, moments where love had transformed her world. Just then, a soft voice broke through the silence of her thoughts. "Love is the fire that shapes you, Elara." It was a gentle reminder, a call from the Seraphim urging her to embrace the trials of her life as opportunities to grow and love deeper. The teachings of the ages whispered through her, urging her to see her struggles not as burdens, but as pathways to greater understanding. The Seraphim's love was not just a concept. It was a living force that could heal, nourish, and inspire. A sudden surge of emotion overwhelmed her, and she opened her eyes to see the flicker of light overhead. It danced playfully, capturing the essence of joy and sorrow intertwined, a testament to the human experience. With every heartbeat, she felt the Seraphim's love permeating her very soul, lifting her spirit and urging her to share that love with the world around her. The air buzzed with potential, and Elara understood that the divine love bestowed by the Seraphim was not meant to be hoarded, but shared freely, illuminating the hearts of those who had forgotten its warmth. Yet, even as hope unfurled within her, a shadow flickered at the edges of her vision, a reminder of the struggles that lay ahead. The path of love was fraught with challenges, and the Seraphim's call to embody such love meant facing her fears head-on. A wave of determination washed over her as she resolved to embrace the divine love that coursed through her veins, ready to face whatever trials awaited her. With a deep breath, Elara rose from her place on the cold stone floor, feeling the warmth of the Seraphim's love enveloping her like a protective shield. She knew that she was not alone. She was part of a greater tapestry woven with threads of love and light, a tapestry that bound all souls together. And as she stepped into the world beyond the cathedral's sacred doors, the flickering flames of the Seraphim danced in her heart, guiding her toward a future filled with promise and possibility. The cathedral behind her faded into the distance, but the fire of divine love remained, a constant reminder that the Seraphim were never far away, always waiting to inspire those brave enough to seek their light. In the end, love always beckoned, its flame eternal and unwavering, a force that could bridge the heavens and earth, drawing them ever closer together. In the stillness of a dimly lit room, a single candle flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced across the walls, like whispers of the divine. The air felt electric, charged with an energy that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. Here, in this sacred space, the power of the Seraphim breathed life into the thoughts of theologians and philosophers alike. Seraphim, fiery beings of light, with 6 wings and a presence that radiates awe. To many, they symbolize purity, love, and the direct connection to the divine. The biblical imagery of these celestial beings sparked fervent discussions among scholars, spurring not only a deeper understanding of their role in the heavenly hierarchy but also igniting a search for meaning in the lives of those bound to the earthly plane. From the ancient texts of Isaiah, where they proclaim the holiness of God, to modern interpretations that see them as representations of higher consciousness, the Seraphim have captivated hearts and minds through the ages. In the 20th century, thinkers wrestled with the implications of these beings in an increasingly secular society. The philosopher Paul Tillich spoke of a God above God, where the Seraphim symbolized the ultimate truths that transcend human comprehension. They were not just creatures of flame but embodiments of the eternal struggle between the finite and the infinite. Each feathered wing reminded humanity of its potential to rise above the mundane, to soar toward the divine aspirations that flicker within every soul. As the candle burned lower, the shadows thickened, hinting at the darker side of this exploration. The Seraphim, while exalted, also invoked fear. The great theologian Rudolf Otto described the experience of the holy as mysterium tremendum et fascinans, a mystery that is both terrifying and alluring. The Seraphim's blazing presence forced one to confront the enormity of existence, to acknowledge the tension between awe and dread. They became symbols of humanity's dual nature, caught between the desire to ascend to a higher purpose and the gravity of earthly existence. Across continents and centuries, these heavenly beings found their way into the thoughts of poets and writers. John Milton, in his epic Paradise Lost, transformed the seraphim into complex characters, their fiery nature a reflection of the beauty and tragedy of rebellion. The struggle of Lucifer against the divine, marked by a battle of seraphim, echoed the timeless themes of ambition and downfall. As Milton painted with words, the seraphim were not just messengers but participants in the grand cosmic drama of free will, love, and redemption. Yet, the fascination with the seraphim didn't stop with the written word. Artists sought to capture their essence on canvas, striving to convey the ethereal beauty of these celestial beings. The brilliance of the seraphim was often depicted through vibrant colors, radiant halos, and intricate details that hinted at their divine origin. Each brushstroke was a prayer, an attempt to connect with the divine, a yearning that echoed through the halls of cathedrals and art galleries alike. In every depiction, the seraphim stood as a bridge between heaven and earth, embodying the longing for something greater. The modern world, with its hustle and bustle, often forgets the power of such spiritual symbols. Yet, in quiet moments of reflection, the seraphim emerge once more, not just as figures from ancient texts, but as metaphors for the emotional and spiritual battles that everyone faces. In the chaos of everyday life, their fiery message resonates: to strive for purity of heart, to ignite the passions within, to embrace the divine spark that yearns to break free. Philosophers of the contemporary age began to re-examine the seraphim through the lenses of existentialism and postmodernism. Thinkers like Emmanuel Levinas, who emphasized the importance of the other, found in the seraphim a representation of the transcendent other, inviting humanity to look beyond itself. The encounter with the seraph was not just an encounter with the divine but a call to embrace the otherness that exists in every individual. In their fiery essence, they urged people to seek connection, understanding, and compassion, even in a fractured world. Meanwhile, the rise of psychological interpretations brought a new dimension to the seraphim's legacy. Carl Jung viewed these beings as archetypes of transformation. The seraphim represented the fiery inner voice, the call to action, the urge to grow, and the impetus to evolve. They became symbols of the spiritual journey, urging individuals to confront their shadows, to embrace their passions, and to rise above the constraints of society. The struggle for personal authenticity mirrored the seraphim's flight toward the divine, a constant reminder of the balance between earthly existence and the transcendent. As the candle flickered one last time, casting a last glow across the room, it became clear that the legacy of the seraphim was far from over. In every theological debate, in every philosophical inquiry, their essence lingered, a reminder of the eternal dance between humanity and the divine. The modern world, with its myriad challenges, yearned for something beyond itself, something that held the promise of hope and redemption. The seraphim, with their wings ablaze, beckoned from the edges of consciousness, asking humanity to rise, to dream, and to connect with the divine. This ongoing dialogue with the seraphim, with their fiery presence and transformative power, ignited a fire in the hearts of many. They remained not just distant figures of ancient lore but vibrant symbols of the struggles, aspirations, and soaring potential that lie within each person. As the shadows whispered their secrets, the flame of understanding flickered, illuminating the path toward deeper insights and profound revelations. And so, as the candle burned down to its last flicker, the room brimmed with the echoes of seraphic voices, urging the world to listen, to feel, to embrace the mystery that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. In that moment, the line between the earthly and the divine blurred, and the seraphim's call resonated louder than ever. An invitation to rise, to transform, to chase the light. In the dim light of a fading day, as shadows lengthened and the air grew thick with anticipation, a whispered chant echoed through the ages, calling forth the fiery guardians of heaven. Seraphim, the celestial beings adorned with wings that shimmered like molten gold, stood at the brink of eternity, ready to unveil their role in the unfolding drama of the end times. Their presence carried an electric charge, a reminder of the divine's omnipotence and the weight of judgment that hung over humanity's head. From the very beginning, These radiant beings were seen as the enforcers of God's will, their angelic voices harmonizing with the heartbeat of creation. Ancient texts, etched in the fading ink of history, paint a vivid picture of their majesty. Unlike any other celestial creature, the seraphim were traditionally described as having 6 wings, each fluttering with purpose and intensity. 2 wings shielded their faces, 2 other wings covered their feet, and with the final pair, they soared like fiery comets through the expanse of the heavenly realm. They were not merely observers. They were the fire that ignited the very essence of divine judgment. In eschatological views, the seraphim emerge as pivotal figures. As the world edges closer to its fate, they are often depicted as the heralds of the apocalypse, their fiery forms casting long shadows over the earth. They stand in readiness, prepared to announce the end of days, their voices a resonant symphony that reverberates through the cosmos. The thought alone sends shivers down the spine. What could possibly compel these divine beings to descend from their exalted heights? Throughout history, prophets have felt their presence in the moments when the skies darkened and the earth trembled. In Isaiah's vision, he beheld the seraphim encircling the throne of God, proclaiming, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty. The whole earth is full of His glory." Those words, laced with a sense of urgency, hinted at the divine plan that was unfurling, a plan that would culminate in the final reckoning. As the world spiraled into moral decay, the seraphim were called forth in visions, igniting hope in the hearts of the weary. They were known to wield fiery swords, radiant with light, symbolizing God's judgment and His uncompromising righteousness. In the book of Revelation, unspeakable horrors unravel under the weight of divine wrath, and the seraphim are heralded as the vanguards of this cosmic shift. Their role is to purify, to clear the path for the new creation that awaits beyond the ashes of the old world. Imagine the scene. The skies above shattering like glass, revealing an expanse filled with the radiant forms of the seraphim, their voices blending into a celestial chorus. With each note, they beckon humanity to awaken from its slumber, to recognize the urgency of repentance. In that moment, the air is thick with tension, an electric anticipation that sends chills racing down the spine. It's a reminder that divine justice is not to be taken lightly. For centuries, philosophers and theologians have pondered the implications of the seraphim's role in the end times. What does it mean for mankind when the celestial fires are unleashed? The emotions run deep. Fear intertwines with hope, as the seraphim's flames promise both destruction and rebirth. Their very existence is a paradox, an invitation to redemption wrapped in the threat of judgment. The unwavering gaze of these divine beings is said to pierce through the very fabric of the soul, igniting both terror and awe. Historical accounts illustrate how cultures across time have viewed these fiery beings. In the early Christian church, the seraphim's presence was seen as a direct connection to the divine. They became symbols of purity and fervor, inspiring countless fervent prayers and supplications. As believers sought solace in their heavenly guardians, they felt the burning desire for righteousness, the deep yearning to align their lives with divine will. Could it be that the seraphim mirror the inner struggles of humanity, their burning flames reflecting our own fears and hopes for salvation? As the clock ticks down to what many believe is the culmination of history, the seraphim stand poised, their wings unfurled, ready to usher in the final moments. The imagery is haunting. An impending storm, the air thick with a sense of finality. The hearts of the faithful pulse with urgency, for they know the time is drawing near. With every heartbeat, the world holds its breath, caught in the delicate balance between despair and hope. The tension builds as visions of the 7 seals unfold, each one darker than the last. The seraphim, their fiery bodies ablaze, are the guardians of these profound mysteries. They are the trumpeters of divine judgment, heralding the arrival of catastrophic events that will sweep through the earth like wildfire. And yet, in the midst of chaos, they remain a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in destruction, there lies the possibility of renewal. Out of the ashes, life can begin anew. As the final battle approaches, a cacophony of emotion fills the heavens and the earth. The seraphim cry out, their voices resonating with both warning and promise, urging all to listen, to turn from the shadows and seek the light. In their presence, one can almost feel the heat of the flames, the very essence of divine love intertwined with the ferocity of justice. They are the embodiment of God's desire for reconciliation, a call to all souls to rise above their fallen nature. And so, as history marches towards its conclusion, the role of the Seraphim remains shrouded in mystery and awe. They stand as the last sentinels before the dawn of a new age, their fiery wings sweeping across the heavens, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of those yearning for redemption. The world holds its breath, trembling at the thought of the impending reckoning, knowing that these celestial beings shall forever be entwined with the echoes of the end. A brilliant light pierced the darkness, illuminating a battlefield like no other, a churning cosmos filled with the echoes of fierce conflict. Ethereal wings unfurled, each feather shimmering, as if dipped in the very essence of the stars. The Seraphim were here, the highest order of angels, ready to confront the chaos that threatened the balance of the universe. Their faces radiated a divine fire, filled with unyielding passion and ferocity, but also a sorrow that tugged at the very fabric of existence. Beneath them, the air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that sent shivers down the spine of every onlooker. The Seraphim, guardians of divine order, faced a darkness that was ancient and relentless, a malevolent force born from pride and ambition. With every beat of their wings, the Seraphim stirred the heavens, summoning forth light to combat the shadow. Their eyes, shimmering like molten gold, reflected not just power but a deep understanding of what was at stake. The battle wasn't merely against an enemy. It was a fight for souls, a struggle for hope, and a desperate plea for redemption. History whispers tales of these celestial warriors, their presence woven into the fabric of time. In the early days, when chaos reigned and darkness threatened to consume the light, the Seraphim emerged, fierce protectors of creation. Accounts from ancient texts speak of the great confrontation during the fall of Lucifer, a moment when pride clashed against humility. It was the Seraphim who stood resolute, their fiery existence a blinding beacon against the encroaching night. The Great War echoed through the ages, a tale of sacrifice and unwavering faith, with the Seraphim leading the charge against rebellion. As shadows danced on the edges of their brilliance, the Seraphim called upon their power, igniting a cascade of heavenly fire that spiraled into the void. Each sound of their battle cry resonated through the cosmos, a melody of hope and defiance. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their commitment, and the very air tremored with the fierce energy of divine intervention. It was not merely a clash of wings but a conflict of wills, love against hate, hope against despair. But with each radiant blow, doubt began to seep into the hearts of the Seraphim. The darkness was cunning, whispering temptations that tugged at their very essence, seeking to exploit their fears. It reminded them of the fragility of creation, of the humanity that they were bound to protect yet often failed. The tension rose, creating a storm of emotions that could be felt far beyond the battlefield. The Seraphim, though mighty, were not immune to the turmoil that brewed within their hearts. And then came the moment of reckoning, a flash of blinding light as the Seraphim surged forward, their wings creating a tempest of luminous feathers. A symphony of battle unfolded, angelic voices lifted in harmony, a desperate prayer amidst the chaos. They fought not just as warriors but as guardians of the divine promise, determined to reclaim the light that had been so nearly extinguished. Each Seraphim bore the weight of countless prayers and hopes, their spirits intertwined with those they protected. The stakes had never been higher. On the opposite side, the forces of darkness retaliated, shadows morphing into grotesque forms that twisted in the light. Sinister whispers filled the air, filled with promises of power and glory that aimed to ensnare even the most stalwart hearts. The Seraphim felt the pull of temptation, a gnawing worry that perhaps they too could succumb to the very pride they fought against. The conflict was not merely physical. It was a fierce battle of the soul, a test of resolve and faith. In that moment of vulnerability, one seraph, adorned in golden light, stepped forward, embodying the essence of sacrifice. With a heart full of love and unwavering devotion, they shouted above the cacophony of warfare, calling their brethren to remember what they fought for. It was not merely duty but a calling, a deep-rooted love for creation. The flawed yet beautiful beings who looked to the heavens for guidance. The battlefield fell silent for a heartbeat, and in that stillness, the seraphim found their strength anew. A renewed brightness enveloped them, igniting their spirits with an unyielding resolve. They charged into the fray, each strike a testament to their unwavering commitment to the light. The clash resonated like thunder, each explosion of radiance pushing back against the growing shadows. The seraphim knew they were not just fighting for themselves. They were fighting for every flicker of hope, every soul seeking redemption in a world fraught with despair. As the conflict raged on, time lost all meaning. The cosmos became a canvas painted in shades of light and dark, a relentless struggle that felt eternal. Each seraphim fought with a fervor that transcended their celestial nature, driven by an unbreakable bond with humanity. They were aware of the choices made by those on earth, of their struggles against temptation and sin, and that knowledge fueled their determination. In a moment of fierce clarity, they realized the battle was not won in isolation, but through the connection between divine and mortal. Each act of kindness, every prayer whispered in desperation, became threads in a tapestry that strengthened their resolve. The seraphim were not just protectors but guides, ushering humanity towards the light even as they faced their own shadows. And then, just as hope seemed to flicker like a candle in the wind, an overwhelming surge of darkness erupted from the depths. It was the embodiment of despair, a force so potent that it threatened to extinguish the light once and for all. The seraphim faltered for a moment, their hearts heavy with doubt, but the voice of their fallen brethren rang in their ears, echoing the ancient truth that love conquers all. With a final, united roar, the seraphim surged forward, their wings creating a blinding storm that enveloped the darkness. The battleground trembled, the very fabric of reality shuddering beneath the weight of their sacrifice and love. It was a climactic moment, filled with raw emotion, as they fought not just for themselves but for every glimmer of light, every breath of hope that dared to exist in the face of overwhelming odds. The air was electric, infused with the promise that the light could never truly be extinguished. In a quiet glade, where sunlight splinters through a canopy of leaves, a shiver runs down the spine of the earth. The air is thick with a heady perfume of pine and wildflowers, but beneath this beauty lies a whisper, an echo of a divine presence. They say the seraphim, luminous beings of pure light, once roamed the realms of nature, guiding the balance between mankind and the world around them. Legends tell of their radiant wings, each feather shimmering like precious gems, gliding silently above the trees, breathing life into the very soil. As the sun sets, casting orange and violet across the sky, one can almost hear the rustle of their wings, a soft hymn carried on the evening breeze. But what happens when humanity forgets the sacred bond with nature? History recalls a time when the earth was not merely a backdrop to human ambition but a sacred partner. The ancient Egyptians revered the sacred ibis, seeing it as an embodiment of Thoth, the god of wisdom. With every stroke of the artist's hands, they painted not just animals but the essence of their spirits. The seraphim were believed to walk among them, guiding farmers in planting cycles, ensuring that the Nile would rise, bringing life to their crops. Each harvest was a gift from the heavens, a reminder of the delicate thread that binds humanity to the divine. But as seasons turned, the winds of change began to blow. The Romans, in their quest for conquest, paved over sacred groves, turning once hallowed ground into bustling cities. Yet, even amidst the chaos, whispers of the seraphim lingered, reminding people to protect what was left. From the lush forests of Gaul to the mountain peaks of the Alps, a deep connection with the earth thrived, finding expression in art, poetry, and philosophy. As the ages passed, the medieval period brought a different kind of reverence. Cathedrals rose like mountains, their stained glass windows shimmering with depictions of nature and the divine. Every flower, every tree, was seen as a reflection of God's creation. Monks meticulously copied manuscripts, capturing the intricate details of flora and fauna, as they believed that the beauty of nature was a pathway to understanding the divine. In their gardens, the Seraphim's essence danced, each blossom a prayer, each seed a hope. Yet, the Industrial Revolution shattered this harmony. Smoke billowed from chimneys, choking the very breath of the earth, drowning out the whispers of the Seraphim. Rivers, once teeming with life, ran thick with the remnants of human excess. Nature's outcry was met with indifference, a dissonant chord in a once symphonic world. And in those moments of despair, the call of the Seraphim grew faint, their wings heavy with the weight of a world forgetting its roots. But there were those who felt the stirrings of a change. The Romantic poets, with their passionate verses, sang of the beauty of the natural world, calling for a return to simplicity and reverence. Wordsworth wandered through Lake District meadows, finding solace in the rustling leaves and blooming flowers. In his heart, he felt the Seraphim's breath, urging humanity to remember. Through the ages, artists captured this essence, their brushes dancing across canvases with hues of green and gold. The Impressionists, with their soft strokes, sought to capture fleeting moments of nature's grace. Each brushstroke carried a message, a plea to reconnect with the earth, to honor the sacredness of all living things. Then came the environmental movements of the 20th century, igniting a fire in the hearts of people across the globe. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring sent shockwaves through the world, awakening a deep awareness of the fragility of nature. The Seraphim cried out through her words, an urgent call to protect the very essence of life. From the soaring eagles to the tiniest flowers, every creature was seen as part of a grand tapestry, woven by divine hands. The connection between humanity and nature was no longer just a whisper but a rising crescendo. Activists took to the streets, their voices uniting in a passionate plea for change. They marched under banners proclaiming love for the earth, inspired by the Seraphim's legacy. And in each shout, each chant, a reminder. The earth is alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of countless beings. But even as hope surged, shadows loomed. Climate change, an ever-looming threat, began to unravel the delicate threads woven through history. The melting ice caps, the raging wildfires, the dying coral reefs. Each was a testament to a world out of balance. Yet, as the storms gathered, the Seraphim's presence flickered in the hearts of many, urging a return to stewardship. Voices rose, proclaiming that the Seraphim are not distant beings but a part of every living creature. In the rustling of leaves, in the songs of birds, they are alive, calling humanity to remember its sacred duty. Children, with their eyes wide and hearts open, plant trees, paint murals, and sing songs of the earth, echoing the timeless message of the Seraphim. They understand instinctively that they are part of something much greater than themselves, a web of life that thrives on connection and care. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden light across the land, the air hums with possibility. Nature, resilient and beautiful, remains a testament to the power of renewal. The Seraphim's legacy, woven through every blade of grass and every fluttering butterfly, beckons humanity to listen, to act, to heal. And in that moment, with the stars beginning to twinkle against the indigo sky, the call becomes clear. The earth is not merely a backdrop. It is a partner, a sacred space where the divine meets the mundane. The Seraphim linger in this truth, waiting for humanity to remember its place within the symphony of life. As the night deepens, their wings flutter, and the world holds its breath, caught in the tension between despair and hope, between destruction and renewal. A new chapter beckons, the next verse of this eternal song yet to be sung. And as the winds whisper through the trees, they carry a promise. The Seraphim will always be here, urging humanity to return to harmony, to cherish not only the beauty of nature, but the sacred bond that unites all living beings. In the sacred stillness of a temple, candlelight flickered against ancient stone, casting wavering shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. In moments like these, the air thick with incense and reverence, the heart yearned for connection to something greater, a yearning that resonated through centuries, echoing the cries of countless souls seeking solace in the divine. Among those who stood as intermediaries between the celestial and the earthly were the Seraphim, beings of light and love, whose presence ignited awe and wonder across different cultures and beliefs. In the vast expanse of Abrahamic faiths, Seraphim were depicted as fiery guardians, their wings unfurling like flames, ever ready to protect the sacred. In the book of Isaiah, they encircled the throne of God, proclaiming his holiness with voices that reverberated through the heavens. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts, they sang, their words weaving a tapestry of divine praise that filled the cosmos. These beings, often portrayed as radiant and majestic, embodied an unconditional love that could ignite both fear and fascination. Traveling eastward through the shifting sands of time, one encounters similar celestial figures in the Zoroastrian tradition, where divine spirits known as Yazatas served as guardians of creation. Among them, the seraphim-like entities represented purity and truth, guiding humanity away from chaos. In ancient Persia, vibrant rituals honored these beings, who were thought to illuminate the path toward righteousness, an echo of light amid the shadows of the world. The whispers of their existence lingered, inspiring devotion and hope in the hearts of those who sought to live in harmony with divine order. As dusk fell over the shores of the Mediterranean, the Seraphim's influence morphed and adapted to the rich tapestry of Hellenistic thought. Here, the ancient Greeks spoke of the cherubim, akin to the seraphim, as celestial beings that guarded the sacred mysteries of the cosmos. Their forms shifted, from winged creatures to ethereal lights, capturing the imaginations of philosophers and poets alike. In these tales, the seraphim became symbolic of the human quest for understanding, a beacon guiding the soul through the labyrinth of existence. In the heart of India, the fiery essence of the seraphim found its reflection in the figure of Agni, the god of fire, who danced between the human and divine. The Vedic texts painted him as a celestial messenger, carrying offerings from mortals to the gods. Like the seraphim, Agni embodied transformation, the spark of creation and the purification of the soul. His presence was felt in rituals and prayers, where flames surged skyward, an expression of gratitude and devotion that resonated with the divine. Traveling further, to the sacred mountains of Tibet, the idea of celestial beings took on a new form. Here, the seraphim were akin to the bodhisattvas, who embodied compassion and wisdom, guiding all beings toward enlightenment. In the stillness of the monasteries, monks meditated on these luminous figures, whose light pierced through the darkness of ignorance. The connection was visceral, a longing to transcend suffering and embrace the profound peace that the seraphim represented filtered through every chant and prayer. Yet it was not only within established religions that the seraphim found their place. In the ancient cultures of the Americas, the concept of spirit beings echoed the same longing for connection. The Nawa people revered the Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent god who bridged the earthly and celestial realms. His radiant energy reflected the essence of the seraphim, embodying transformation and wisdom. Rituals honored these divine messengers, as offerings were made to seek favor and guidance, an eternal bond forged between humanity and the divine. Across continents, the presence of seraphim-like beings resonated in the folklore of Africa, where the spirits of ancestors were believed to watch over the living. These spirits, like the seraphim, served as protectors, guiding their descendants through trials and tribulations. Through stories passed down generations, the connection to these divine intermediaries remained strong, an ever-present reminder of the love that flowed from the heavens, wrapping around those who sought comfort in their embrace. Even in modern spirituality, traces of the Seraphim's legacy endure. The New Age movement, with its emphasis on personal connection to the divine, often evokes imagery reminiscent of Seraphim, the beings of light that guide souls toward healing and enlightenment. Crystals sparkle, candles flicker, and meditative practices invoke the warmth of their presence, as seekers yearn to tap into that ancient energy. The Seraphim symbolize hope, the spark that ignites the soul's journey toward fulfillment. Throughout the ages, the Seraphim, in their myriad forms across different cultures, have inspired a connection to the divine that transcends boundaries. They are the shimmering lights that flicker in the darkness, the whispers of love that remind humanity of its place in the cosmic dance, urging all to rise above the mundane. With each story told, With each prayer offered, the essence of the seraphim continues to weave through the fabric of existence, an endless thread binding souls to the timeless quest for meaning. As the final notes of worship echoed through the temple, a hush fell over the gathered crowd. Eyes closed, hearts open, they felt the weight of centuries pressing around them, and in that sacred moment, the air crackled with energy. The seraphim, unseen yet palpably present, hovered on the edges of their consciousness. The warmth of their love wrapped around every seeker, igniting a yearning that transcended time and space. In this communion of souls, the whispers of the seraphim beckoned, urging them deeper into the mysteries of faith, love, and the divine. A brilliant flash of light pierces the darkness, illuminating the ethereal forms of seraphim, the highest angels, whose very presence evokes a sense of awe and reverence. With their 6 radiant wings, they glide gracefully among the clouds, bathed in a golden glow that seems to pulse with divine energy. Throughout history, these celestial beings have captured the imagination of artists, theologians, and dreamers alike, leading to a tapestry of artistic representations that evoke deep emotions and provoke thought. In ancient texts, seraphim are described as fiery beings, their names derived from the Hebrew word seraph, meaning to burn. This vivid imagery has inspired countless artists to visualize their essence. One cannot help but feel the heat emanating from the brushstrokes of Renaissance painters, whose canvases breathe life into the spiritual realm. Take, for instance, the masterpieces of Sandro Botticelli, where the seraphim appear as exquisite figures draped in flowing robes, their wings outstretched in a dance of devotion. The colors swirl, a brilliant embrace of reds and golds, inviting viewers to feel the warmth of divine love. As the viewer gazes upon these works, a shiver courses down their spine, for they are not mere representations. They tap into an ancient longing to connect with the divine. The seraphim's serene faces reveal a profound understanding of celestial mysteries, their eyes glimmering with compassion. It is as if they are guardians of secrets that lie beyond human comprehension, beckoning the faithful to ponder their place in the universe. The Baroque period saw an explosion of artistic expression, where seraphim were depicted with greater drama and emotion. The works of Gian Lorenzo Bernini exemplify this transformation. His sculptural representations capture the seraphim in moments of divine ecstasy, their bodies twisting in graceful arcs, as though they are caught in the throes of heavenly music. One can almost hear the harmonious chorus emanating from their lips, a song that resonates with the soul and stirs the heart. In the realm of stained glass, the seraphim take on a new form, brilliant shards of color illuminating spaces within cathedrals. The glass captures the light, casting vibrant patterns on stone walls, transforming the very air into a sacred atmosphere. In these holy spaces, seraphim serve as celestial guides, leading the faithful toward enlightenment. Each pane tells a story, each color evokes a feeling, and the entire composition breathes life into the notion of the divine. As time progresses, the artistic portrayal of seraphim evolves, reflecting the changing tides of culture and belief. The Romantic era brings with it a sense of longing and introspection. Artists like John Everett Millais depict seraphim with a haunting beauty, their expressions filled with a poignant sorrow that resonates deeply with human experience. They are not simply messengers of God, but also symbols of the human soul's search for meaning amidst life's turbulence. The viewer feels a connection, an understanding that transcends time and space. There is solace in the recognition of shared struggles, a reminder that even the divine experiences heartache and joy. By the time the 20th century arrives, the depiction of seraphim takes on an avant-garde edge. Modern artists like Marc Chagall reinterpret these celestial beings, blending dreamlike imagery with vibrant color palettes. His seraphim float above earthly scenes, their wings adorned with patterns that swirl and pulse with life. In this space, they are not confined by traditional boundaries. Instead, they embody the limitless potential of imagination. The emotions that churn within such works are electric, leaving viewers breathless as they grapple with the juxtaposition of the spiritual and the earthly. The whispers of the past echo through every brush stroke, every sculpted form, as artists continue to draw inspiration from these divine beings. Whether in oil paint, stone, or glass, the seraphim remain vibrant symbols of hope, love, and transcendence. They invite contemplation and challenge the viewer to ponder the mysteries of existence. In that moment of reflection, time seems to stand still, and the heart races with anticipation, eager to grasp the fleeting essence of the divine. As the narrative of Seraphim unfolds through the ages, they become mirrors reflecting humanity's own quest for understanding and connection with the divine. From the opulent cathedrals of the Middle Ages to the abstract expressions of contemporary art, their legacy remains alive, pulsating with energy that can be felt in the very marrow of one's being. Each era adds a layer to the story, a new dimension to the emotional tapestry woven from centuries of artistic endeavor. In every representation, there exists a thread connecting the artists to the viewers, bridging the gap between the celestial and the temporal. The seraphim soar high above, yet their messages resonate deeply within the human spirit. It is this connection that stirs the heart, ignites the imagination, and compels one to continue seeking the divine in the everyday. Their story is not merely one of artistic representation. It is the story of a humanity forever yearning for the light, the warmth, and the love that the seraphim so beautifully embody. As their forms flicker across the canvas of history, the seraphim continue to inspire, challenge, and uplift souls across generations, weaving a spell that enchants all who dare to gaze upon them. The air shimmered with anticipation, a palpable electric buzz that whispered through the concert hall as the lights dimmed. A hush fell over the audience, each breath held like a secret waiting to be revealed. At the center of the stage, the conductor raised his baton, and a deep silence enveloped the crowd. In that moment, the world outside faded, replaced by a divine tapestry woven of sound, each note poised to take flight like the wings of celestial beings. The music swelled, a symphony that seemed to ascend beyond the earthly realm, calling forth the seraphim, those six-winged angels of unearthly grace and burning love. They were the messengers of God, the guardians of sacred mysteries, and their essence had inspired countless composers throughout history. From the haunting echoes of the Renaissance to the soaring harmonies of the Romantic era, these celestial beings had danced upon the pages of music, igniting fires of creativity in the hearts of many. In the 17th century, directly under the luminous glow of the Baroque period, a young composer named Heinrich Schütz found himself captivated by the ethereal qualities of the seraphim. His choral works, infused with a sense of divine beauty, were a testament to his belief in the power of music to bridge the gap between the human heart and the heavens. In his composition, Die Sieben letzten Worte, the music unfolded like a prayer, each note a plea for spiritual connection. Audiences could almost feel the flutter of angelic wings brushing past them, lifting their spirits closer to the light. Fast forward to the brilliant mind of Johann Sebastian Bach, whose Mass in B minor captured the very essence of the seraphim's celestial nature. With every intertwining melody, the choir rose like incense toward the skies, a harmonious outpouring of devotion. The soaring soprano lines felt like voices of angels, a celestial choir illuminating the darkness of the human experience. Each time the music crescendoed, it was as if the very heavens opened, allowing the audience a glimpse of the divine. The power of Bach's music lay not just in its technical brilliance, but in its ability to stir the soul, to conjure visions of angels weaving through the stars. As the years rolled into the 19th century, the Romantic composers began to tap into the profound emotional depth often associated with the idea of the seraphim. A figure like Gustav Mahler, known for his larger-than-life symphonies, crafted works that explored the depth of human emotion while simultaneously reaching for the ethereal. In his second symphony, known as the Resurrection, Mahler summoned the spirits of the departed. The climactic moment, where the music swells to a powerful crescendo, evokes the unyielding hope of resurrection, as if the seraphim themselves were lifting the souls of the faithful toward the light, leaving listeners trembling with anticipation and awe. Then came the haunting beauty of Benjamin Britten. His War Requiem, composed in the shadow of the Second World War, captured the pain and suffering of humanity while simultaneously reflecting the promise of redemption. The ethereal choral passages evoked the image of seraphim weeping over the souls lost to violence and despair. The music floated like a gentle breeze, carrying sorrow yet brimming with a glimmer of hope. In the swelling harmonies, listeners could almost hear the angels mourning, their voices rising in a plea for peace that resonated through the very fibers of their being. In a quieter corner of the 20th century, Arvo Part embraced minimalist composition, creating music that felt almost sacred in its simplicity. His Spiegel am Spiegel unfurled like a soft prayer, each note reflective of a deeper truth. The ethereal soundscape felt like an invitation from the seraphim, a reminder of the beauty found in stillness and contemplation. It was a stark departure from the dramatic flourishes of the past, yet it captured the essence of the seraphim in a way that was hauntingly powerful. Listeners found themselves suspended in time, each repetition of the melody resonating with layers of meaning, a gentle nudge from the divine. The concert hall, once filled with a silence so thick it could be sliced, erupted into thunderous applause as the final notes lingered in the air. The conductor lowered his baton, and the audience emerged from their reverie, breaths returning to normal as the echoes of the seraphim's music continued to reverberate in their hearts. Tears glistened in the eyes of many, and whispers filled the space, each word a testament to the transformative power of music, to the way it connects the earthly and the divine. The stories of the composers, their struggles, triumphs, and relentless pursuit of beauty were woven into the very fabric of the evening. The audience felt, in a profound way, that they weren't merely listening. They were part of something greater than themselves, an eternal connection to the seraphim who inspired those timeless melodies. The music had taken them on a journey through the ages, revealing the power of creativity to conjure the celestial beings that watch over us. And as they exited into the cool night, the stars twinkled above, a celestial choir echoing the music still playing in their minds. Each person carried a piece of that divine experience with them, a reminder that the seraphim were not just figments of imagination but reflections of the beauty and grace that exist in the world. A grace born of music that transcends time and space, urging the listener to keep searching for that heavenly light within themselves. In a dimly lit room filled with the scent of old paper and ink, an ancient manuscript lay open, its pages whispering secrets of celestial beings. A flicker of candlelight danced across the words, illuminating the image of seraphim, fiery angels adorned with wings that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of the page. Their presence, a blend of beauty and terror, beckoned to the curious soul, hinting at truths hidden beneath the surface of religious texts and folklore. Throughout history, seraphim have captivated the imagination, embodying the fierce love and purity that many sought yet feared. Originating from Hebrew texts, their name translates to the Burning Ones, a title that evokes a visceral image of flames flickering with divine energy. The depiction of these celestial beings is not just an account of religious belief. It serves as a mirror reflecting the human psyche, revealing layers of desire, fear, and the quest for meaning. As the ink flowed from the quill of ancient scribes, they painted seraphim as guardians of the divine, creatures of light who encircled the throne of God, their voices echoing the melodies of creation. These portrayals capture the human longing for connection with something greater, a yearning that resonates through time. The seraphim's role as intermediaries between humanity and the divine speaks to the universal desire for protection, guidance, and transcendence. In the fervent embrace of the Renaissance, artists took to canvases to immortalize these ethereal beings. They draped them in vibrant colors and intricate details, imbuing them with life that seemed to pulse from the fabric. Those who gazed upon such art could almost feel their presence, a reminder of the celestial connection that lingers just beyond the veil of reality. Each stroke of the brush was a testament to the emotional weight these beings carried, serving as symbols of hope amidst the chaos of earthly existence. Yet, for every angelic figure gracing the walls of cathedrals, there lies a shadow, a reminder of the duality inherent in the human experience. While seraphim embody love and purity, they also evoke fear in those who dare to confront the abyss of their own soul. The fiery nature of the seraphim can symbolize the intense emotions within us, from passion and ambition to anger and despair. They compel individuals to acknowledge their inner turmoil, urging them to confront the flames that burn within. In the whispered tales of mystics and visionaries, seraphim appeared not just as distant entities but as guides through the labyrinth of the subconscious. Their fiery wings, a metaphor for transformation, invite individuals to rise from the ashes of their past, igniting the flame of renewal. Just as they surrounded the divine, they wrap around the hearts of those seeking enlightenment, nudging them toward self-discovery. The psychological implications of seraphim extend beyond spiritual symbolism. They represent archetypes deeply etched in the fabric of human existence. Carl Jung believed that archetypes are universal symbols that reside within the collective unconscious. The seraphim, with their radiant wings and overwhelming presence, embody the archetypal protector, the one who shields us from harm while simultaneously challenging us to face our inner demons. For the anxious and the lost, the image of these celestial beings offers solace. The thought that guardians are ever present, watching over, can provide a flicker of hope in times of despair. Their fiery wings become a shield against the coldness of isolation, reminding individuals that they are never truly alone. Yet, the paradox remains: what comfort can one find in the presence of something so powerful? The fear of being consumed by the flames of divine judgment is a haunting specter that echoes through ages. As the quiet tick of a clock filled the air, the narrative shifted to those who have claimed to encounter seraphim in visions. Mystics, poets, and dreamers whose lives were forever altered by brief glimpses of the divine. Their stories are woven with threads of ecstasy and terror, revealing a complex relationship with the otherworldly. These encounters, whether in dreams or moments of profound revelation, ignite the imagination, drawing one into a dance with destiny. The seraphim's symbolism evolves as cultures adapt and reinterpret their significance. In some traditions, they are seen as fierce protectors, while in others, they become symbols of unattainable purity, reflecting humanity's struggle with sin and redemption. The juxtaposition of their ethereal beauty against the rawness of human emotion creates an ongoing dialogue between the sacred and the profane, each element influencing the other in a never-ending cycle. In the flickering candlelight, the manuscript revealed more than just spiritual depictions. It held the essence of human experience. The seraphim, with their vivid imagery, invite reflection on the complexity of existence, how love and fear coexist, how beauty and destruction walk hand in hand. They challenge individuals to confront their fears, to rise above the ashes of despair, and to embrace the transformative power of love. As the last drop of wax fell from the candle, the room plunged into darkness. Yet, the glow of the manuscript lingered in the mind, illuminating the path forward. The story of Seraphim was not just about celestial beings. It was about the unending quest for understanding within ourselves. They beckoned for a deeper connection, urging hearts to open not just to the divine, but to the raw, vulnerable reality of being human. In this twilight of thought, the tension grew, a promise that the flame of understanding would continue to burn bright, illuminating the shadows yet to come. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy on that fateful evening in 1672, as the townsfolk of a small Italian village gathered in hushed reverence. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets. A peculiar light began to glow from the dilapidated chapel at the edge of town, a place that had long been forgotten, its dusty altar layered with neglect. Inside, a young priest named Father Antonio knelt in fervent prayer, his heart racing as he felt an inexplicable presence wash over him. Moments later, a series of brilliant flashes erupted within the chapel, illuminating the walls with hues of gold and crimson. In that divine moment, the air thickened, and out of the radiant light emerged beings of pure glory, Seraphim. Their wings spread wide, shimmering with an ethereal brilliance. The villagers, drawn by their curiosity and the magnetic pull of the miraculous, gathered outside, their breath caught in their throats, awestruck as they witnessed the impossible. Father Antonio, now enveloped in light, seemed to commune with the heavenly seraphs. His voice trembled as he recounted the experience that would forever change him. "They spoke of love," he murmured, his eyes glistening with tears. "They showed me visions of peace. No more suffering, no more anger. In that sacred space, time evaporated, leaving only the weight of compassion and the echoes of his soul's deepest yearnings. The villagers, though skeptical at first, felt their hearts tugged by the palpable sincerity in his voice. Every word birthed a flicker of hope where despair had once reigned. As the sun rose the next morning, whispers of the seraphic visitation spread like wildfire, igniting faith in the hearts of the people. An elderly woman named Isadora, weary from years of grief, felt a stirring within her as she recalled the night's events. She had lost her son to war, and sorrow had become her constant companion. But as she listened to Father Antonio's stories, she felt a spark of warmth in her chest, as if the seraphim had wrapped her in their wings. Could it be? She thought. Could love truly transcend even death? Isadora, feeling an overwhelming urge to express her newfound hope, began to paint. Her brush moved feverishly across the canvas, guided by an unseen hand. The strokes became vivid images of seraphim, their faces emanating compassion and joy. Each detail captured not only their beauty but the essence of love itself, igniting a fire in her soul. The villagers soon gathered around her, entranced not just by the art but by the transformation unfolding before their eyes. Goosebumps prickled their skin as they felt the raw emotion pouring from Isadora's heart, a testament to the power of that mystical night. Across the sea, in the year 1917, a group of children in Fatima, Portugal, found themselves amidst a similar encounter. They had been playing in a field when a brilliant light swept through the clouds, revealing a figure clothed in white, an angelic presence that commanded their attention. "Fear not," the figure intoned, "for I bring you a message of hope." The children, wide-eyed and trembling, listened as the being spoke of peace, urging them to pray for the world. Days turned into months, and the message spread like a prayerful wildfire. On the day of the final apparition, thousands gathered, hearts pounding with anticipation. As the sun danced in the sky, a miracle unfolded. The sun seemed to spin and plunge toward the earth, yet did not scorch the ground. In that moment, countless witnesses felt a profound connection to the divine. Many reported seeing seraphim, their luminous forms dancing joyously through the air, radiating a love that bound them all together. Amidst the crowd was a woman named Maria, who had journeyed from far away, burdened by despair and longing for something greater. As she stood, tears streaming down her face, she felt the seraphim surround her, whispering promises of hope and healing. In that electrifying moment, she felt her heart mend, a realization dawning that she was never alone. The seraphim had ignited a flicker of faith within her, transforming her suffering into a symphony of joy. Years passed, but the tales of seraphim continued to inspire countless souls. In the late 20th century, in a quiet corner of a bustling city, a man named David lay in a hospital bed, ravaged by illness and despair. The sterile walls seemed to close in around him, and the weight of his grief felt insurmountable. One night, as darkness enveloped him, he was awakened by a soft glow that filled the room. Piercing through the veil of pain, he saw them, seraphim, their faces radiant, their eyes filled with compassion. "Do not fear," one said, its voice like a soothing balm. "You are loved beyond measure." In that instant, a warmth enveloped David, washing away the cold grip of fear. He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. The seraphim painted a picture of resilience, urging him not only to fight for his life, but to embrace the beauty in every moment, even the painful ones. The tears flowed freely, but this time they carried the weight of healing rather than despair. The stories of these encounters, echoing across centuries and continents, form a tapestry woven with threads of hope, love, and divine connection. As hearts opened and souls ignited, the mystical experiences with the seraphim became more than mere tales. They became lifelines, each account intertwined, echoing the truth that no one is truly alone, that in moments of despair, the divine presence can break through, wrapping us in a cocoon of love that transcends time and space. And as the stories continued to unfold, more and more people began to find themselves in the embrace of the seraphim, catalyzing further mystical experiences that would ripple into the future, weaving a narrative that was far from finished. In a dusty, candlelit corner of an ancient library, a young student flipped through the pages of a weathered tome, the scent of old parchment filling the air. Suddenly, his heart raced as he stumbled upon a passage that spoke of beings whose wings spanned the heavens and whose presence ignited the very fabric of reality. The Seraphim, these celestial beings, cloaked in mystery and splendor, were not just figures of myth. They were woven into the very tapestry of theological thought across centuries. From the moment they first whispered their name, the Seraphim held an alluring power. In the scriptures, they are described as fiery spirits, their very essence ablaze with divine love and glory. Isaiah's vision, where he beheld them encircling the throne of God, was not merely a glimpse of the heavenly realm. It was an invitation to understand the nature of divine love itself. Each seraph had 6 wings, 2 for flying, 2 for covering their faces, and 2 for covering their feet. A stunning picture of being both exalted and humble. The image was haunting, almost overwhelming, as it conjured feelings of awe and reverence. Throughout history, the Seraphim have occupied a unique space in the theological landscape. In early Christian thought, thinkers like Origen and Augustine grappled with their significance, pondering how these celestial beings reflected God's purity and holiness. Augustine noted how they stood before God in eternal worship, their voices blending into a singular, harmonious cry, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty." That chant reverberated through time, echoing in the hearts of believers and stirring a longing for connection with the divine. As the student read on, he could feel the weight of those who had come before him, each wrestling with the question of existence in the shadow of such magnificent beings. The Seraphim were not just distant angels. They were symbols of the ultimate love that God had for creation. Their fiery essence could represent God's relentless pursuit of humanity, urging all to rise above the mundane and glimpse the sacred. This notion struck a chord, the idea that even in the darkest times, there existed beings whose purpose was to ignite the flame of hope. In the Middle Ages, the theologians of scholasticism brought new interpretations, their quills dancing on parchment as they sought to categorize and understand the celestial hierarchy. They spoke of the Seraphim as the highest order of angels, closest to the divine. This was a period steeped in rigorous debate, where every thought was a battle of intellect. Thomas Aquinas, with his powerful reasoning, described the Seraphim not just as beings of fire, but as those endowed with the gift of divine wisdom. His words painted a picture of these angels as guides, illuminating the path for those willing to seek truth. The tension in the air thickened as the young scholar turned the pages, eager for more revelations. Each era, each thinker, added layers of meaning, like brushstrokes on an ever-evolving canvas. The Renaissance brought forth a new wave of fervor, with artists and philosophers alike captivated by the beauty of the Seraphim. They became symbols of transcendence, often depicted in art as radiant figures, their wings unfurling in a blaze of color, inviting all who gazed upon them to ponder the divine. Yet, even as the beauty of the Seraphim captivated the world, a darker thread wove through theological discussions. Questions arose, challenging the very nature of these celestial beings. How could such purity coexist with the human struggle against sin? What did it mean to be in the presence of such holiness? The scholar felt the weight of these questions press against his chest, as if the very essence of faith hung in the balance. The Seraphim, with their unyielding devotion, became both a beacon and a challenge, urging humanity to confront its own imperfections. As he read, the young student's mind whirled with the implications of such thoughts. The Reformation brought turbulent winds, where the Seraphim were sometimes depicted with skepticism. Figures like Martin Luther and John Calvin sought to strip away the layers of tradition, challenging believers to find their own connection to God without the intermediary of angels. Yet, even in their critique, the Seraphim remained a symbol of the divine, not as distant figures, but as embodiments of God's presence among his people. The emotional landscape deepened, filled with a sense of yearning and conflict. Could humanity ever fully comprehend the love that the Seraphim represented? The student felt a tremor in his heart, a longing to bridge the gap between the divine and the earthly. The seraphim, with their fiery love, seemed to beckon him closer, inviting him to surrender to the mystery that lay before him. The tension reached a fever pitch when he stumbled upon a rare manuscript, a dialogue between a mystic and a theologian, discussing the transformative power of encountering the seraphim. To behold the seraph, the mystic wrote, is to be set ablaze with love, an unquenchable fire that purges all fear and doubt. The very words seemed to leap off the page, igniting a spark within him. What if this fire was not just a metaphor? What if the love of the seraphim could truly change lives, heal wounds, and awaken the dormant souls of the weary? With each turn of the page, the young scholar felt the electric charge of history coursing through him, connecting him to a lineage of seekers, thinkers, and dreamers who had grappled with the same questions. The seraphim were more than mere celestial beings. They were the embodiment of hope, urging all of creation to rise above the chaos and embrace the divine essence that flowed through everything. Yet, as the flickering candle cast shadows on the walls around him, he sensed that the story of the seraphim was far from over. It was a narrative woven into the very fabric of existence, beckoning those brave enough to confront the mysteries of faith, love, and divine purpose. This was not just an exploration of angels. It was an invitation to experience the unfathomable depths of grace that the seraphim represented. With each passing moment, the weight of their fiery presence loomed larger, promising that the exploration of their role in the theological schools of thought was merely a prelude to the journey that lay ahead. The air crackled with anticipation, suggesting that the seraphim were not just watchful guardians but active participants in the unfolding story of humanity. A story that was still being written, one heart at a time. A flash of light pierced through the heavy clouds, illuminating the figure standing atop a mountain, wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the valley below. The air crackled with divine energy, and a hush fell over the land. Who were these beings, these radiant messengers, whose mere presence could inspire both awe and terror? They were the seraphim, celestial beings said to orbit the throne of God, their fiery wings and passionate hearts igniting the imaginations of those who dared to dream of the divine. In ancient texts, the seraphim were more than just angels. They were the embodiment of purity and fervent love. Their name, derived from the Hebrew word seraph, meaning to burn, suggested an intensity that went beyond mere presence. These creatures were the guardians of the divine, their fiery essence a symbol of the transformational power of love and faith. Yet, the stories surrounding them carried shadows, tales of their fierce wrath, their ability to consume evil in a blaze of righteous fire. In the scriptures, the prophet Isaiah described them as beings with 6 wings, 2 covering their faces, 2 covering their feet, and 2 for flight. This imagery evoked both reverence and fear. To encounter a seraphim was to come face to face with the divine, an experience that could leave a soul forever changed or utterly shattered. Ancient civilizations, from the Israelites to the early Christians, painted them as beings of light, yet the flickering shadows cast by their wings hinted at something deeper, something unsettling. In the lore of early Christianity, seraphim were often depicted as the highest order of angels, circling the throne of God in eternal praise. St. Thomas Aquinas, a theologian with a penchant for categorizing the celestial hierarchy, placed them at the pinnacle just below the Almighty. To the faithful, they were not only protectors but also bearers of divine wisdom, guiding souls toward enlightenment. Yet, beneath this serene exterior lay an underlying tension, a constant struggle between love and fear, between devotion and dread. As the centuries rolled on, the seraphim found their way into the hearts of poets and artists. Dante Alighieri, in his Divine Comedy, captured their essence with vivid imagery, portraying them as beings of light who carried the weight of divine justice. Readers could almost feel the heat emanating from the pages, a testament to the seraphim's dual nature, fierce protectors of the celestial realm and gentle guides for the lost. In the Middle Ages, their presence in artwork evolved. Artists like Giotto and Fra Angelico painted the seraphim with a blend of majesty and tenderness, their wings adorned with intricate patterns, echoing the beauty of the heavens. These images resonated with both the nobility and the common folk, igniting hope in the hearts of those who sought divine favor. But amidst the beauty lay an unsettling truth. The seraphim were fierce warriors as much as they were gentle guardians. They were the harbingers of divine justice. Legends also wove tales of the seraphim into the fabric of folklore. In medieval stories, they appeared in dreams and visions, bestowing gifts of prophecy upon the chosen few. Yet, these encounters were not without peril. To receive a message from a seraphim meant to confront one's deepest fears and shortcomings. Many who claimed to have seen these celestial beings would later speak of their burning gaze, a gaze that stripped away pretense and revealed the very soul. In the cultures of the Middle East, seraphim took on new forms. In Zoroastrianism, contrasting with the Christian view, the fiery beings symbolized the duality of good and evil. They served not just as messengers of light, but as embodiments of the eternal struggle between Ahura Mazda and Engra Mainyu. This multifaceted nature of the seraphim fed the flames of folklore, allowing them to become figures of both reverence and fear, guiding souls toward righteousness while remaining ever watchful against the encroachment of darkness. As the Renaissance dawned, the seraphim soared to new heights in artistic representation. Painters and sculptors alike became entranced by their imagery, breathing life into the wings and fire that adorned their forms. Michelangelo's creation on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel captured their essence, where the divine and mortal realms intertwined. The colors were vivid, almost alive, and those who stood before the mural felt the heat of passion and the chill of fear in their bones. The seraphim embodied a paradox that resonated deeply within humanity. Beauty mingled with terror, love warring with wrath. Yet, even as they were immortalized in the art of the time, whispers of their darker aspects persisted. Folklore hinted at the possibility of their fury. Stories circulated of souls who dared to challenge the divine, only to be met with the wrath of these fiery beings, their wings igniting the air with fervent justice. The balance of love and fear hung delicately in the air, capturing the hearts of those who listened. Across continents, in the realms of Eastern mythologies, seraphim-like figures surfaced, taking on different names and forms. The Hindu tradition spoke of the Devas, celestial beings who guided and protected the faithful, while in Buddhism, the Bodhisattvas embodied compassion and wisdom, echoing the seraphim's sacred duty. Each culture added layers to the mythology, crafting a rich tapestry woven with threads of reverence, awe, and the haunting specter of their fiery essence. As tales of the seraphim spread, they began to seep into the everyday lives of people. From the illuminated manuscripts in monasteries to the whispered prayers of the faithful, the seraphim became synonymous with divine intervention. They were invoked in moments of desperation, their fiery presence a beacon of hope. Their wings flapped in dreams, guiding individuals toward purpose and truth, yet always leaving a lingering sensation of an omnipresent power, one that could bless or burn. In the shadows of history, the seraphim remained a paradox, beings of light and fire, love and judgment. They haunted the dreams of the faithful and struck fear into the hearts of the sinful. To gaze upon the seraphim was to glimpse the divine, to feel the heat of a celestial embrace, and yet, within that embrace, the unmistakable chill of accountability. The echoes of their presence lingered, promising guidance while reminding humanity of the precarious balance between love and fear. As the stories wound through the ages, they gained new life, a fresh flame ignited within the hearts of those who sought understanding. The seraphim were not merely winged beings of ancient texts. They were reflections of humanity's struggle with the divine, a reminder of the eternal dance between light and shadow, love and fear, hope and despair. They hovered just out of reach, their wings whispering the secrets of the universe as the next chapter of this ancient tale awaited. The realm of the unseen, where the seraphim continued their sacred duty, forever intertwined with the fate of humanity. In the stillness of night, when shadows cling to the earth like whispers of forgotten dreams, a glowing figure stands at the threshold between the known and the unknown. Its wings, vast and shimmering, spread like a canvas painted by divine hands, illuminating the dark with an ethereal glow. This is the seraphim, a celestial being whose presence evokes both awe and trepidation. With every flutter, The air crackles with energy, a reminder of ancient tales that span across cultures and time. What is it about these fiery guardians that stirs the soul and ignites the imagination? From the sacred texts of the Abrahamic faiths to the mythic stories of far-flung lands, Seraphim embody universal themes that resonate within the human spirit. In the Bible, they are depicted as heavenly beings, encircling the throne of God, singing praises that echo through eternity. Their 6 wings, 2 for flight, 2 for covering their eyes, and 2 for their feet, suggest a balance between the celestial and the earthly, a reminder of humanity's fragile place in the cosmos. This imagery evokes a sense of both reverence and fear, mirroring the duality of existence itself. Equally, the ancient Egyptians spoke of the seraph, fiery serpents that brought both destruction and salvation. In their mythology, these beings served as protectors of the dead, guiding souls through the perilous journey of the afterlife. The seraphim, in their fiery essence, symbolize transformation, a theme that resonates in countless stories across cultures. The flames they emanate represent the purifying power of love and faith, as well as the consuming nature of wrath. Their very existence raises questions about the boundaries of good and evil, forcing humanity to confront its own moral compass. Venture further east, and the connection to the seraphim becomes even more profound. In Hinduism, celestial beings called apsaras dance through the skies, enchanting those who witness their beauty. Though different in form, the essence remains. The apsaras, like the seraphim, embody the divine connection to creation and destruction. They symbolize the complexity of existence, blurring the lines between joy and sorrow. The apsara's laughter dances through the heavens, much like the harmonious songs of the seraphim, creating an emotional tapestry that captures the human experience. The ancient Greeks, too, wove tales of divine beings that echo the essence of the seraphim. The Olympians, with their grandiose personalities, often intervened in human affairs, embodying the themes of love, vengeance, and redemption. In many ways, they serve as mirrors to the seraphim. Both groups exert a powerful influence over humanity, guiding, punishing, and inspiring. The stories of Persephone and her descent into the underworld reflect the eternal struggle between light and darkness, another thread woven into the fabric of the seraphim's narrative. In West African traditions, the concept of guardianship takes on a different hue. The celestial beings known as the Orisha serve as intermediaries between the divine and the human. They are not just protectors but also embodiments of elemental forces, celebrating the interconnectedness of all life. Much like the seraphim, the Orisha dance through the stories of their people, reminding them of the harmony that exists within chaos. The emotional depth found in these narratives resonates with a truth that echoes across the globe, a longing for connection, understanding, and purpose. As the clock ticks and the universe spins, the themes surrounding the seraphim remain ever-present. The intertwining of love, sacrifice, and the quest for redemption can be seen in the stoic faces of ancient statues, the vibrant colors of sacred art, and the whispered prayers of countless generations. The lingering question remains, what do these celestial beings teach us about ourselves? Each culture, with its unique interpretation, adds another layer of meaning, creating a rich tapestry that reflects the complexity of the human experience. The seraphim's role as messengers also ignites curiosity. In many mythologies, these beings deliver profound truths, urging humanity to seek higher wisdom. Like the archangels Gabriel and Michael in Christian tradition, their presence offers hope, heralding messages of change and enlightenment. The electrifying moment of receiving divine insight evokes a sense of urgency, as if the very fate of humanity hangs in the balance. This theme, echoed in various cultures, highlights the universal yearning for guidance, illuminating the path through darkness. In the midst of it all, the essence of fire remains a constant symbol. The seraphim, with their burning light, remind us of the transformative power of passion and purpose. They embody the notion that through struggle and sacrifice, rebirth is possible. This motif of resurrection transcends individual myths, feeding into the collective consciousness. It stirs emotions deep within, the fear of loss, the hope for renewal, and the unwavering belief in the possibility of redemption. As the night deepens and the stars twinkle like scattered jewels against the velvet sky, one cannot help but feel the weight of the ages pressing down. The Seraphim, in their myriad forms, stand sentinel over the stories of humanity, bridging the gap between the divine and the mortal. Their legacy pulses through the veins of time, whispering secrets of love, sacrifice, and the eternal dance of existence. In this cosmic ballet, the tension between light and dark, hope and despair, creates an emotional tapestry that binds together cultures and beliefs. The Seraphim, with their fiery wings and haunting songs, beckon the restless soul to seek the divine within. As the flickering flames of their essence illuminate the path ahead, the heart quickens, and the journey unfolds, persistent and unyielding, echoing through the corridors of time. On a chilling evening in Jerusalem, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced along ancient stone walls. An air of reverence filled the streets, where merchants had long since packed their wares, leaving behind echoes of laughter and the scent of spices. In a quiet corner, a young scholar named Eli sat alone, poring over parchment scrolls under the flickering light of an oil lamp. He was searching for something elusive, a truth buried deep within the fabric of existence. Eli couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to life than mere survival. The stories of the Seraphim, those celestial beings of light and fire, whispered to him through the ages. With each tale, he felt the weight of human longing, the quest for meaning that transcended the mundane. The Seraphim, traditionally seen as messengers of God, were said to ignite the spirit with their wisdom, but Eli sought something deeper. What did their presence signify in the grand tapestry of human experience? Days turned into weeks as Eli read, scribbled notes, and contemplated. He learned of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, who had commissioned the world's first libraries. Among the tens of thousands of tablets he collected, there were stories and myths that echoed the questions of his heart. He was captivated by the legend of the Seraphim, who were said to dwell in the presence of the divine, singing hymns that curled up to the heavens like smoke rising from an altar. Their voices held the power to comfort souls and inspire hope. But Eli's inquiry wasn't just about the Seraphim. It extended to the very essence of human suffering and joy. As he walked the bustling streets, he witnessed the struggles of the people around him. Mothers clutching hungry children, men laboring under the weight of their burdens, and the elderly whose dreams had faded like the evening light. These experiences contrasted sharply with the ethereal nature of the Seraphim. How could such beings exist alongside so much pain and despair? One night, as the moon hung low and luminous, Eli found himself beneath the stars, feeling a pull toward the heavens. A sudden gust of wind rustled through the olive trees, carrying a voice that seemed to echo from another realm. "Seek the fire within," it whispered. He closed his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a warmth wash over him that sparked a flicker of understanding. The Seraphim, perhaps, were not merely heavenly beings but symbols of the light and darkness that existed within every soul. The following day, Eli ventured into the marketplace. There, he met Miriam, a healer whose hands had a gentle magic. She spoke of her own quest for meaning, recounting tales of loss and love. "Every scar tells a story," she said, her eyes glimmering with unspoken wisdom. "The Seraphim are not separate from us. They are the echoes of our aspirations, the flames that guide us through our darkest nights." Their conversations roamed from the divine to the deeply human, weaving the fabric of their experiences together. Miriam's laughter was like music, lightening the weight of Eli's search, but the questions still lingered. How could the divine presence of the Seraphim illuminate the path for those so entrenched in suffering? As he listened to her stories, he began to see the connections. The moments of kindness, the acts of courage, the glimmers of joy that punctuated the struggle. Weeks turned into months. Eli and Miriam explored the ancient texts together, tracing the lineage of the Seraphim through history. They discovered accounts from the book of Isaiah, where the Seraphim surrounded the throne of God, their wings outstretched in worship. It was written that they carried messages of purification, calling upon humanity to rise above its limitations. Each revelation felt like a heartbeat, quickening their understanding of the world around them. One fateful evening, as twilight draped itself over the city, Eli had a chilling realization. He understood that the Seraphim were not just symbols of hope. They were a call to action. To seek meaning in life, one must embrace both the light and the shadows. They were not merely to be admired from afar but embodied in the very fabric of human experience. As if the universe conspired to prove this truth, a commotion erupted in the square. A crowd gathered around a young boy who had fallen into a well. In that moment, time slowed. Eli's heart raced as he pushed through the throng, his mind racing with thoughts of what the Seraphim would do. Would they watch in silence or intervene? Without thinking, he plunged into the well, the cool water engulfing him. Underneath the surface, fear gave way to clarity. Eli reached for the boy, and in that instant, he felt a surge of warmth radiate from within. It was as if the Seraphim themselves were guiding his hand. He grasped the boy and pulled him close, the strength of love and purpose infusing him with power. The cheers of the crowd surged above, but they felt distant, like echoes of verses sheathed in history. When they emerged from the depths of despair, the boy coughed and sputtered, but his eyes sparkled with life. Eli looked around at the faces, aglow with gratitude and relief. In that moment, he realized the truth Miriam had shared. The light of the Seraphim lived in the hearts of those who dared to act, to care, to love. The air hummed with a newfound energy, and Eli felt the world shift. He had not only searched for meaning, he had become a vessel of it. The Seraphim, in their divine wisdom, had shown him that every human experience was interwoven with the celestial, that in our suffering and joy, we carry the essence of the divine within us. As the crowd began to disperse, Eli and Miriam exchanged a knowing glance. They still had questions, mysteries to unravel, and hearts to heal. Their journey was far from over, and the ancient tales of the Seraphim whispered through the ages, waiting to be reclaimed by those brave enough to seek. The night was still young, and the stars shone brightly overhead, illuminating the path ahead, where the search for meaning continued in an unending embrace of light and shadow. The air crackled with an electric tension, as if the heavens themselves paused to listen. In the quiet corners of ancient texts, the whispers of Seraphim stirred the souls of writers and thinkers, igniting passions that would reach across centuries. These celestial beings, adorned with flames and light, served as both inspiration and torment, their ethereal presence casting shadows and illuminating minds in equal measure. In the darkened chambers of medieval monasteries, scribes bent over parchment, quills poised like swords ready to strike. They found themselves haunted by visions of burning wings and celestial melodies. The Seraphim, those fiery spirits, were not mere figments of imagination. They were conduits of divine truth. As one scribe etched the words of Dante, he felt the weight of those fiery eyes upon him, urging him to capture the sublime. Dante's Divine Comedy became a tapestry woven with threads of seraphic influence, illuminating the path toward salvation while echoing the cries of despair from the depths of hell. Every word was a dance between light and darkness, beckoning the reader to confront their own soul's journey. Fast forward to the Renaissance, a time of rebirth and exploration. Thinkers like Pico della Mirandola found themselves captivated by the Seraphim's promise of enlightenment. In Oration on the Dignity of Man, Pico presented a vision of humanity's potential to transcend earthly bounds. The Seraphim, with their burning love for the divine, represented the ideal state of being, an existence filled with knowledge and grace. His words blossomed like a rose in the sun, reaching towards the divine while casting a shadow on the ignorance of man. The tension in his prose was palpable. The yearning for transcendence echoed in every carefully chosen phrase. The thrill of seraphic influence didn't wane with the advent of the Enlightenment. Philosophers like Immanuel Kant found themselves wrestling with the very essence of moral law. The Seraphim, in their infinite wisdom, embodied the highest ideals of morality and duty. Kant's categorical imperative, a demand for universal law, took on a new dimension. It was as if, in moments of quiet reflection, he could hear the rustling of wings reminding him of a higher calling. The ethereal presence of the seraphim urged him to envision a world where actions were guided by the light of reason and compassion. A world he longed to manifest but feared was slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. Romantic poets, too, felt the flicker of seraphic fire in their hearts. William Blake, with his wild imagination, saw the seraphim not just as harbingers of light, but as complex beings who danced between creation and destruction. His works, infused with vivid imagery and profound emotion, mirrored the inner conflict he sensed within himself and humanity at large. The seraphim became a motif of struggle, their brightness a stark contrast to the darkness that often clouded the human spirit. In The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, Blake painted a canvas of paradox, where the light of the seraphim battled against the shadows of the human experience. Every line pulsated with emotion, creating a reverberation that echoed in the hearts of those who dared to read. As literature flourished, so did the philosophical musings of those who sought to understand the nature of existence. The seraphim's influence transcended the written word. They became symbols of hope and despair, the eternal struggle between the sacred and the profane. Friedrich Nietzsche, with his relentless spirit, grappled with the notion of the divine. The seraphim, in their purity, illuminated the shadows of his skepticism, yet also served as a reminder of the burden of existence. In his declaration that God is dead, one can sense the weight of loss, the absence of that celestial fire, stirring a longing for what might have been. In the 20th century, the echoes of the seraphim's impact resonated through existential thought. Thinkers like Martin Heidegger pondered the nature of being and the human condition. The seraphim's ethereal quality seemed to challenge the very fabric of existence, their luminous presence a constant reminder of what humanity strived to understand. Heidegger's exploration of being and time was steeped in the tension of searching for meaning amid an indifferent universe. The seraphim lingered at the edges of his philosophy, like a haunting melody that refused to fade away, beckoning readers to confront their own existential dilemmas. As the pages of history turned, the seraphim continued to cast their spell, breathing life into literature and philosophy alike. They were not simply characters in a story. They were reflections of humanity's deepest yearnings and fears. From the gilded spires of cathedrals to the dimly lit corners of cafes, their influence seeped into the very essence of artistic expression. Each poem, each philosophical treatise was a testament to the enduring struggle between light and shadow, a dance that would never truly end. The weight of the seraphim lingered in the air, a palpable tension that gripped the hearts of those who dared to contemplate their existence. The stories they inspired, the thoughts they provoked, wove a rich tapestry of emotion, drawing readers and thinkers into a world where divinity clashed with humanity. The impact of the seraphim on literature and philosophy was not just a historical fact. It was a visceral experience, a burning desire to seek truth in a universe filled with uncertainty. The flame of those celestial beings would continue to flicker, igniting passions anew, merging the realms of the divine and the mortal in an eternal dance that left no soul untouched. In a dimly lit library, dust motes danced in the golden rays of afternoon sunlight filtering through tall, stained glass windows. A scholar, his brow furrowed with deep concentration, flipped through ancient manuscripts, the pages whispering secrets of bygone eras. Each word held the weight of history, and the air felt thick with anticipation, as if the very walls were alive with the echoes of the past. This quiet moment teetered on the edge of revelation, igniting a spark that would soon illuminate the shadows of the seraphim studies. As the scholar's fingers brushed against a particularly delicate folio, a chill ran down his spine. This was no ordinary text. It held an inscription that hinted at a remarkable shift in the understanding of seraphim, those celestial beings often portrayed as bearers of divine light and messengers of the heavens. What lay ahead in the field of seraphim studies was poised to reshape fundamental beliefs that had remained unchallenged for centuries. In the coming years, researchers would uncover a trove of artifacts from ancient civilizations that revered seraphim not just as distant guardians, but as integral parts of human experience. Excavations in Mesopotamia yielded tablets inscribed with vivid descriptions of encounters between the divine and mortal realms. These tablets revealed the complexity of human emotions woven into the fabric of divine encounters, fear, awe, and an overwhelming sense of purpose. Just as ancient people painted murals depicting their visions of the heavens, future scholars would reinterpret these stories, breathing new life into their meanings. In parallel, technological advancements began to play an unexpected role in this unfolding narrative. With the rise of artificial intelligence and machine learning, researchers found new ways to analyze texts from various cultures, cross-referencing them in mere moments. This sparked discussions about the universality of seraphim across different belief systems. Was there a common thread that linked the celestial beings found in the lore of Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and even in Eastern philosophies? The idea that seraphim could transcend cultural boundaries offered a breathtaking emotional resonance, igniting debates that would ripple through academic circles. As these discussions flourished, a new generation of scholars emerged, young, passionate, and unbound by the constraints of traditional academia. They brought fresh perspectives, challenging the rigid frameworks of prior interpretations. Some argued that seraphim were not merely symbols of divine intervention, but could also be seen as reflections of humanity's inner struggles and aspirations. The lines between mythology and psychology began to blur, suggesting that the seraphim represented the eternal quest for enlightenment within every individual. As these new ideas took root, the research community buzzed with excitement. Conferences filled arenas with eager attendees, each yearning for the latest insights. The topic of seraphim sparked fervent discussions that often turned into heated debates. Scholars passionately defended their interpretations, voices rising and falling like a symphony. In these moments, a palpable tension filled the air, making hearts race and minds whirl. But amid the conflict lay a deep respect for the shared goal of understanding the essence of these celestial beings. Then came the groundbreaking discovery of a previously unknown manuscript believed to have been penned by an early mystic. Within its pages, the mystic detailed personal experiences of seraphim, describing feelings of profound love and guidance that transcended the bounds of language. Scholars gasped at the implications. Could these accounts transform the perception of seraphim from abstract ideas into tangible experiences that individuals had throughout history? The manuscript breathed life into age-old debates, evoking emotions that ran deep. As research expanded, the implications of seraphim studies began to resonate even beyond academic circles. New movements sprang forth, merging spirituality and psychology, helping individuals harness the archetypes of seraphim for personal growth. Workshops and retreats focused on tapping into one's own inner seraph, guiding participants on paths of healing and self-discovery. The emotional impact of these experiences was profound, as individuals shared their stories of transformation, each one reflecting a flicker of divine light within. In the shadows of this evolution, however, lay questions that could not be ignored. Skeptics emerged, challenging the validity of new interpretations. Was the modern fascination with seraphim merely a trend, a fleeting moment in time? These voices, while often quieter, echoed the fears of many who had long clung to traditional beliefs. They posed critical inquiries that left the research community buzzing with uncertainty, creating a tension that electrified discussions in the hallowed halls of academia. Yet, as the future unfolded, the passion of the young scholars became infectious. They rallied together, fostering collaborations that crossed disciplines, blending theology, psychology, and even the arts. They envisioned a world where the deep connections between human experience and the divine would be explored not just through texts but through art, music, and storytelling. This cultural renaissance breathed new life into the ancient tales, transcending the boundaries of time and space. In this whirlwind of excitement, the stage was set for a transformative paradigm shift. The future of seraphim studies was no longer confined to dusty libraries or ivory towers. It pulsed with life, igniting the imagination of anyone willing to listen. The air crackled with possibility, and every new discovery felt like a heartbeat, alive, vibrant, and urgent. And just as the scholar in the dim library turned another page, he felt the weight of history pressing close, an intimate reminder that the past and future were intertwined in an eternal dance. The scent of old paper mingled with the electric charge of new ideas, creating a tapestry rich with emotion. The story of the Seraphim was far from over, and as the ink dried on the last page of this chapter, the next one shimmered with the promise of revelation, beckoning all to step forward and embrace the unfolding narrative. In a world where voices often clash, where the cacophony of differing beliefs can drown out the longing for connection, a gentle shimmer of hope flickered in the space between faiths. In a forgotten corner of a bustling city, an ancient library stood as a testament to the dreams of countless seekers. A sanctuary filled with books that whispered stories of the past, of wisdom long lost to the chaos of modernity. The air was heavy with the scent of aged paper and polished wood as scholars and theologians gathered, their hearts beating in sync with an age-old rhythm, a yearning to understand one another. It was here that an extraordinary event was set to unfold, one that would challenge the boundaries of belief itself. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the dusty tomes, a figure emerged from the shadows. A seraph, radiant and ethereal, their wings shimmering with colors that danced in the light. They were more than a messenger. They were a bridge between realms, embodying the essence of divine love that transcended dogma. The seraph's presence filled the room with a warmth that wrapped around everyone, binding them together in an indescribable embrace of understanding. Whispers of anticipation curled through the air as representatives from various faiths, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, sat in a semicircle, their expressions a mix of skepticism and hope. Each bore the weight of their traditions, the stories of their ancestors echoing in their minds. Yet, as they looked at the seraph, something shifted. The seraph's luminous gaze seemed to pierce through the armor of disbelief, reaching into the deepest chambers of their hearts. Today, the seraph began, their voice a melodic harmony. We gather not to debate the validity of our beliefs, but to celebrate the love that binds us all. A shiver traveled down the spine of a young rabbi, her fingers trembling with anticipation. How could this angelic being, imbued with a cosmic authority, speak of love in a world where faith often became a weapon? The seraph continued, recounting age-old stories that spoke of unity amidst diversity. They spoke of the ancient tales of compassion found in the Talmud, the parables of Jesus that echoed love and forgiveness, the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad that emphasized peace and community, the wisdom of the Buddha that encouraged understanding and mindfulness. Each story wove through the hearts of the listeners, planting seeds of recognition. Here, beneath the surface of their differing beliefs, was a common thread, a shared longing for connection, understanding, and love. Tension began to melt away as the representatives listened intently. The imam, a tall man with a beard flecked with gray, felt tears prick his eyes. He remembered the fear and division that often clouded conversations between faiths. Yet here stood a being that radiated acceptance. It was a feeling that transcended words, an emotion that curled around his heart and held it gently, urging him to speak. "My brothers and sisters," he said, voice trembling with emotion, "we have allowed our differences to build walls between us. But in the presence of this seraph, I feel the urge to tear those walls down." The rabbi nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Yes," she added, "for too long, we have focused on what divides us instead of celebrating what unites us." The seraph smiled, a glimmer of light reflecting in their eyes. This was the moment they had longed for. They had descended from the celestial realms to witness the awakening of humanity, to remind them that the heart knows no boundaries. With every word, the seraph ignited a spark of courage in each person present, challenging them to speak their truth while listening to others. Around the room, voices rose in a gentle crescendo. The Buddhist monk shared the story of the lotus, a flower that rises from the mud to bloom in the light, a symbol of purity and enlightenment amidst adversity. The Christian pastor shared his vision of the Good Samaritan, a reminder that true compassion knows no borders. Each voice added a layer to the tapestry of understanding that began to unfold in the room, vibrant hues of faith intertwining, creating a breathtaking mosaic. As the dialogue flowed, the air thickened with emotion. The seraph watched with joy as each representative shed their preconceived notions, their hearts opening like flowers in the sun. Laughter bubbled up at moments of shared humanity, Tears flowed during confessions of pain and isolation. In this sacred space, vulnerability became a bridge, and the seraph's wings glimmered brighter with each revelation. But just as the atmosphere shimmered with hope, a shadow flickered at the edges of their gathering. A voice, harsh and skeptical, broke through the harmony. A young man, frustrated and angry, stood apart from the circle. He had come to protest, to challenge the very idea of unity among differing beliefs. "You're naive," he shouted, his voice echoing off the library's ancient walls. "You think love can conquer all? Look around. There is violence, hatred, and division everywhere." The room fell silent, tension crackling like electricity. The seraph turned, their expression calm yet filled with profound understanding. "Belief can indeed lead to suffering," they acknowledged. "Yet it is also the flame that can guide us home. It is not about erasing our differences, but about embracing them, learning to dance in the light of our shared humanity." The young man's defenses faltered as he gazed into the seraph's radiant eyes. For the first time he felt seen, not just as a voice of dissent, but as a soul yearning for meaning. The seraph's words lingered in the air, weaving through the silence, inviting him to step forward and share his pain. As the night deepened, the library transformed into a sanctuary. Every heart that gathered within its walls became part of a living testament. A prayer for peace, a vow to listen, to understand, and to love. And all the while, the seraph stood at the center, a beacon of light, guiding them toward a new horizon where belief could connect instead of divide. With every passing moment, the stories shared became stronger, deeper, more intricate, layer upon layer of resilience and hope, creating a foundation upon which something beautiful could rise. The seraph smiled knowingly, fully aware that this was just the beginning. As dawn approached, the atmosphere pulsed with an energy that promised transformation, a heartbeat echoing through time, urging every soul present to take a stand for love. In this moment, the barriers crumbled, the past faded, and the future shimmered with possibility. And as the seraph looked on, they knew that the true work was just beginning, an endless journey of hearts intertwining, of faiths converging, each step taken in the name of love, a dance that would resonate for generations to come.